because you made me do it. You didn't put me out. That desire to learn, that means more to me than if you got a 100, because you cared enough to want to participate.
Miss Mack, you're number 5.
Okay, let me find out you're trying to be a scholar today. You did fabulous today. No, I smiled, you smiled, we all did great together. Then they'll come back tomorrow and try even harder. I ended up here because it's what God called me to do.
Hi, I'm Keenan Kerr, and I teach 7th and 8th grade English Language Arts at Whitewater Middle School.
All right, we're back.
I became interested in teaching because of the example of my teachers. I was a part of the North Carolina Teaching Fellows program that really helped to establish who I am as a teacher today. Really what I do in teaching students who are fully remote, who are learning from home, is not much different than what I would be doing in the classroom.
Circle words that are unfamiliar to you.
It's just the mode of delivery, the mode of instruction is different. And so you have to be creative in that sense and adaptive and flexible. That's been the word of the year, I think, flexible.
What word do you see in there that you recognize?
Well, I love to read and I love to write.
All right, we're gonna read this a second time.
In my classes, what I seek to communicate, reading is really a way to experience the world, and writing is really a tool to communicate our thoughts and a way to advocate for ourselves and for others.
You're gonna decide, is this constitutional or not?
And to use those tools as ways to transform society, which is ultimately my goal as a teacher.
That's a judgment that you're gonna have to make.
Yeah, it's a big task, it's a weighty one. And I also want to be a part of advocating to make teaching a more desirable profession, because it does concern me the amount of teachers that are leaving the classroom for various reasons. And this is a noble profession, it's an extremely gratifying one, and I am lucky every day I'm in the classroom, and I hope to stay there for a very long time.
See you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.
Good evening. I now call the May 25th, 2021 meeting of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order. And I will now entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Motion from Thelma Byers-Bailey, second from Carol Sawyer. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Do we have any opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, the agenda is adopted by a unanimous vote, 9-0. All right, first this evening, we have a very special recognition that is going to be made by Ms. Maura Chavez, and she is the community coordinator for the city of Charlotte, and incidentally was recently appointed to the Community Equity Committee. And we've got some City of Charlotte dignitaries joining us.
Dignitary. Should I start now?
Sure, go right
Absolutely.
ahead. I'm so glad to see you
First of
here.
all, as you all can see, I am not Maura
You're not Maura
Chavez.
Chavez.
I mean, I think that I look good, but I'll never look that good, Maura. My name is Willie Ratchford, and I am the director with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Community Relations Committee. And Maura and others on my staff have invited me here to make a special presentation tonight. As most of you are aware, we at the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Community Relations Committee have been running a mediation program in excess of 30+ years now, and have worked intimately with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system over the years to create peer mediation programs in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. And for those of you who may not be familiar, peer mediations actually help students peacefully build solutions to their conflict. The peer mediators become ambassadors who can solve problems without violence, and that's needed with a lot of our young people today. Peer mediators show fairness and caring by not taking sides and showing appreciation to others. Peer mediators maintain confidentiality about what happens in mediation sessions. So in addition to what peer mediation is about, there are some things that peer mediators do not do. And they do not solve problems for other students. Students with problems are responsible for their own problems and solutions, which is one of the reasons we have such a high success rate. We keep secret information about a person. They do not keep secret information about a person who intends to harm themselves. We will follow state protocols to report those types of situations. And they do not act as police officers. If a physical conflict occurs, mediators get involved only by getting help from an adult and following approved safety procedures and protocols. Again, we're here tonight because of a special young lady who has worked with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Community Relations Committee during this past year, and her name is Brianna Fowler. I'm sorry. In October of 2020, Ms. Brianna Fowler reached out to the Community Relations Department to begin the process of training a group of North Mecklenburg High School students in peer mediation. With school administration's approval, Ms. Fowler served as a liaison to help the CRC establish the peer mediation program at her high school. She, developed an application process for the group of students that they actually worked with. She was responsible for vetting all of the students who participated in the process. She coordinated training times with our staff, and she also created a reporting system on the cases that the students at North Mecklenburg have actually mediated. The results are that we had a partnership, and Brianna's commitment resulted in 28 mediation sessions at North Mecklenburg High School from January through April. And the really cool thing about mediation, my friends, is that conflict is a natural part of life. Mm-hmm. If it wasn't, it wouldn't happen so much. So the question becomes, when you find yourself in a conflict, do you manage the conflict, or do you allow the conflict to manage you? And we believe that through the mediation process and peer mediation and learning about conflict resolution styles, you get an opportunity to manage and resolve interpersonal conflicts with people that you may bump heads with from time to time. It is useful in school, it's useful at home, at church, it is useful with anyone that you might have a conflict with. So, in recognition by the Community Relations Committee for her commitment and passion in playing a key role in organizing and coordinating a successful year, the Community Relations Department would like to present Ms. Brianna Fowler with the Peer Mediation Ambassador Award.
And Ms. Fowler, while you go up to accept your trophy, I'll just say this is extraordinary. Ms. Fowler had no idea this was happening, and Mr. Ratchford and Ms. Chavez came to us saying they'd created this award, wanted to award it to Ms. Fowler, and wanted to surprise you, and I've never seen that happen.
And the award reads, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Community Relations Committee, Peer Mediation Ambassador Award presented to Brianna Fowler in recognition of your outstanding leadership and communication to advance peer mediation at North Mecklenburg High School. Congratulations, my son. We have also put together a really cool swag bag for you. Thank you.
And Mr. Ratchford, it's so good to see you here.
We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you all for allowing us time to be here to do this today.
And thank you for all the work that you do with our kids and in our community. Your partnership is just invaluable.
Thank you. And I'm going to just take this over to her.
Please do.
Thank you.
All right. And now on for our next big surprise. No, I'm kidding. Now, I'm going to turn to the superintendent for a report on the facility and capital needs assessment.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Tonight, and I see him coming forward, Dennis Lacaria will provide us with our first update on the 2017 capital investment plan since about this time last year. He will also be providing some information and some context for the ongoing capital needs assessment and our path to the next capital investment plan, which we anticipate will include a general obligation bond referendum in 2023. And then Mr. Lacaria will also be sharing two real estate items, one for a school site and the other for a much needed administrative space. Both of these matters will be addressed as part of the presentation, and then also the action items related to these transactions will be handled later on in our agenda. So with that, I will toss it over to Mr. Lacaria.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, Madam Chair, members of the board. Can everybody hear me all right? Mm-hmm. All right, great. We'll get started. So just an overview of what we're going to discuss tonight. We are going to talk about the 2017 bond projects to date, as we've not done an update to the board and the community in quite a while on our progress. We will talk about the path forward with our capital needs assessment and our CIP. And we do have some things to share with the board that will be first steps that we will share with the community going forward as part of that process. So there are several different things that we'll touch on tonight, and I hope that the one takeaway everybody in this room and everybody watching has is that it's a lot. There is a lot here. Okay. So we will start with 2017 CIP, and this is an image. It's pretty recent of the West Charlotte Replacement High School under construction. That project continues on track. We are very proud of our MWSBE participation. So if you will look, we have a 45.56% commitment with $293.3 million total spent with minority women and small business enterprises, and you see the breakdowns there. Projects that we delivered for the start of this school year included Montclair Elementary School replacement on site, which is the image you see on the slide here. We also delivered the final 2013 bond project, which was Ray Farms STEAM K-8. And as we talk more about the path forward, we'll understand how things cross like that we're actually bringing on the last 2013 project at the same time that we're bringing on early 2017 projects. In progress and under construction looking to deliver in the 2021 school year include Briarwood replacement, which you see here pictured. The schools that are in progress and under construction with the 2022 delivery include the schools listed here, which Shamrock Gardens Replacement Elementary School. This is a rendering of how it will look when it's complete. The West Charlotte Replacement High School, as I said, remains on track for that 2022 delivery as well. And then for the schools that are in process for design and bidding, two of the schools we will be talking about this evening include the Elon Park Hawk Ridge Polo Ridge Relief Elementary School and the Ardrey Kell South Mecklenburg Relief High School. And that image that you see there is a rendering of that high school project. And this is the first of the two real estate matters that we'll be discussing. So in order to procure a site for the South High School Relief Project, we approached Woodfield, who had been awarded diocese property from the Roman Catholic Diocese of Charlotte through an RFP process in May 2019. We were able to negotiate successfully with Woodfield a portion of that site. It was about 80 acres all told. We're acquiring about 55 gross acres. In June of 2020, we knew we did not have sufficient funds for this acquisition, so when Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners adjusted the CIP to account for the escalation that had been missed by their estimations for the 2017 bond projects, they also allocated $27.5 million for the acquisition of this site. We were able to negotiate the price down, and then we began in earnest conversations with Woodfield about exchanging the site that we already owned in order to further defray our cost. And what that ultimately means is that we will only be paying $14.995 million for this site that was originally estimated to be $27.5 million. And when I presented to the Board of County Commissioners, I did share that it was our hope that we would be allowed to retain that excess capacity in reserve for a site, especially to relieve the community house middle school, because we know that that's going to be a need down south. And we have a couple of other acquisition targets as well. So depending on how much the community house site ultimately costs, our ability to also spend other dollars to pursue other high needs that we have. And there were no brokers involved in any of these transactions. The thing about both of these projects, and we'll get into the South Elementary School site, is we have a development partner in essence. It's a public-private venture, not a joint venture, but we will be delivering and developing these projects in tandem. So we have development agreements that we are negotiating for both locations that should be beneficial to both parties. Both sites, both the high school site and the elementary site, need to be rezoned. This is also new news to the board as of today and the community. We have scheduled the first virtual community meetings for the rezoning on the 3rd of June. There will be one meeting at 5:30 for the high school site, one meeting at 7 for the elementary school site, and anybody who's interested in being a part of that meeting can email Brittany Linz at brittany.linz@alexanderricks.com to RSVP. These slides will be posted on board docs if they aren't already. We are targeting the closing for the site that we don't own, the high school site, for December 2021. We expect construction to start in March of 2022 with the school opening to students in 2024. We have started designs at both locations. I do want to note for the board and the community, there was an obligation that Woodfield assumed when they acquired the site in their original agreement with the diocese to build a replacement ball field for the British International School, who is adjacent to our site. You'll see in a second. Those obligations pass to us because our site is directly adjacent, and we actually need to relocate the ball field, and also we're pretty good at building ball fields. So that was something that we gladly took on as part of this development process. So you can see here the total site that was offered exclusive of the British International School parcel. In this area here, the flat white area there is where the field currently exists for the British International School. These 54 acres and change are where we're building our school. There's significant wetlands, so that's why I made sure to say gross total acreage, because there's a lot that's not buildable. To the west of this stream that bisects the site will be the Woodfield multifamily development. There is also about an acre here that was owned by Charlotte Water that is being traded to us by Charlotte Water, and we are then trading it back to Woodfield as part of their assemblage, which is one of the things that defrayed our costs a little further. This is a site plan for the future high school, and you can see that it offers the full amenity of athletic components, with the exception of the fact there's only a single practice field. We are exploring that being synthetic because we know it's going to get significant use, and it is only a single field, and this will be something that we'll test for our other assumptions going forward. And this is a color site plan with the multifamily as shown as well. And our intent is to build a public extension of Torrington Way that would then bring you out to Johnston Road, and these would be our driveways. And this is the relocated British International School field that we will have to perform as part of our work. And again, a couple of renderings of the school. I will note that this is a 4-story classroom wing, and this is a first for us, but it's made necessary by the size of the site and the topography challenges. And again, it will be something that we'll learn from as we go, and the things that we're going to need to incorporate in designs going forward, and we are going to engage our academic partners in how best to program that going forward as well. Going to the south site, this is Ardrey Kell High School. This is land that was purchased directly across from it. CMS currently owns this. The intent would be that we will retain this acreage for the elementary school that was part of the 2017 bond, and this acreage is what is being conveyed to Woodfield as part of the exchange. And this is a preliminary site design of the elementary school, addressing Bo Riley Road, and Ardrey Kell is to the north. So going to the balance of the projects in the 2017 CIP, we have other news that we're sharing tonight, and that is that you see a design here of the Bruns Avenue Replacement Elementary School. When the execution of these projects was first worked out, we believed that we would need to swing students from Bruns to Lincoln Heights in order to facilitate the replacement of the school on site, and that is no longer the case. Barring something really unforeseen when we're in diligence and civil, we fully expect to be able to replace the Bruns Avenue School on site while the current school operates, just as we have at Lansdowne and Montclair, and I know that's very important. So information that we've shared with the public and feedback that we've gotten on the 2017 projects to date, you can see that we've had a lot of specific project meetings with the community and got feedback on those projects. We have also kept Bond Oversight Committee, the Facility Subcommittee, the Equity Committee, and the Facility and Operations Committee apprised of progress as we've moved through these projects. And then we've also tried to continue with our community engagement around the capital needs assessment and the future CIP, although we weren't able to be quite as robust or engage the public as completely as we wanted to. We have continued to have conversations with groups about each one of the facets that we'll be speaking about tonight, and we'll continue to engage these and other partners and other groups such as MEAC moving forward. So the path to the next capital investment plan, we're on it. The progress, again, is a little bit slower and a little off what our original pace was intended to be. We have to take into account some different things like the way that our student populations may or may not have shifted as a result of COVID when we come back, student assignment, all those sorts of things. But we have some things that we have already baked into the plan as we're working on it, and that was things that we discussed with the board at the last meeting on this topic, and we agreed on certain parameters for planning purposes, and all of these decisions are being filtered through the plan going forward. When we last spoke, we talked about assumptions, methodologies, and standards and how those apply. I would like to take this opportunity to delineate those a little bit into internal and external factors so folks can see that there are buckets of these that fall into things we can control and things that we have to react to only. And so external factors in great deal are time and money related. We are having to deal with, the availability of land and the cost to purchase real estate in Mecklenburg County right now. We are also dealing with currently a shortage of construction materials across the entire spectrum of construction typology. And so that may speak to the need to either not build something a certain way or build something a little bit differently, or that our projects just need to take longer than we've currently forecast going forward in our next CIP. Nothing is in jeopardy right now, but these are considerations for going forward. And then, of course, whether and when our county partners agree that it's time for a capital injection through a general obligation bond referendum. The superintendent noted tonight 2023, and that's important to us because we'll be out of money in 2024. We actually need new money in order to keep building projects for 2024. So the expectation being that we would have a referendum in 2023, because a lot of people don't necessarily think in terms of this, but when a bond passes the day after, we don't get a check for $900 million. We get the money allocated to us by the county on an ongoing basis, project by project. We have quarterly updates with the county where we share our spend and our progress against the bond spend the way that they've adopted it in their CIP, and those things get trued up over time. So it's really the money comes as it's due, and we have to program our projects accordingly. Another external factor which obviously must be considered is the impact of COVID on learning and teaching, and the indoor air quality piece has gotten a lot of attention, but that's not the only facet. If there are going to be modifications to the calendar or the school day, that absolutely impacts the way that we use our buildings and the buildings that we need to design and construct. Technology and infrastructure, individual components of a building, how a classroom works. Do we need spaces for remote teachers going forward? Those sorts of things will all have to be factored in. Then looking at the things we control, decisions that we can make that absolutely filter through the plan, things like student-weighted staffing, the idea of does every classroom teacher need a portable classroom so that they can have his or her own room, or is it okay for teachers to float? Those are considerations that become principles that we use to plan. Things like a standardized renovation life cycle. Right now, the way that we operate is we construct a school at year 30. The idea is that it would be renovated, maybe added on to if it were necessary. Year 60, we would be at the same point. Year 90, we would be at a decision point whether or not to renovate it again and try and extend the life a little bit, or to demolish the school and replace it. Do we want to continue to operate that way? We also, and we'll be hearing from Ms. Keisha Craven-Howe shortly on assignment boundaries, population targets, current magnets and other choice programs, things that we might not have thought of necessarily as choice programs like career and technical education, and we'll touch on that a little bit too, and also just our outright offerings, like specific things that have come up repeatedly are renewable energy and opportunities for renewable energy industry related job training and education. Our education specifications, they're things that we decide. There are guidelines from the state of North Carolina that we have to hew to a certain extent, but we have room to go above and beyond, and we generally do. So looking at things like the size of our classrooms, the number of our support spaces, those are decisions that we make that have a ripple impact on the plan. Our construction specifications, again, we've talked about the typology and the methodology and whether or not a certain construction type is better or faster or less expensive or more durable. We also have had conversations around alternative energy sources and net zero school buildings, and the thing that's tough about that is that we're not a utility provider, we're an education provider, and obviously the hope would be that our utility provider would be providing us clean energy, but these are factors that we need to take into consideration as we go forward with our plan. We also need to talk about, more urban, denser, intenser school development. Things like 4-story classroom buildings, we may look at that in a few years and say, wow, that's a really low building. So those are the things that we've got to start grappling with. The way that we deliver middle and high school athletics, this is something that the sustainability of the current infrastructure and the way that we provide those things and how we're going to try and provide them going forward. Are we really going to try and do more comprehensive high schools like what we're doing at Olympic and the Olympic Relief and the South Charlotte Relief High School, or are those really the last of their kind? Something else that's important for us to be mindful of as we move forward is our existing real estate portfolio, especially to the extent that there are opportunities to leverage assets that we have that may or may not work for us anymore or are no longer in the right place in order to get pieces and parts that do make sense for us based on where population growth and other things happen. And then also non-instructional capital projects. And we have not traditionally put non-instructional capital projects on bond referendums. And that means that we have, bus employees working on buses on their back in gravel parking lots right now. And that's not a way that we say we value those folks. So the next project that I want to talk about actually leverages our existing real estate portfolio to deliver a non-instructional capital project that we really need. So what you see before you is the current AAA campus on Albemarle Road at the intersection of Regal Oaks Drive. It's situated with a Quick Trip State Employees Credit Union, United States Postal Service branch, Bank of America. It's close to Albemarle Road and Charlotte East, Albemarle Road Elementary and Middle Schools, and Charlotte East and the Charlotte East Office Park, just to orient everybody, a little out from Eastland. And so as we started to look for things that would check boxes for us for an administrative office space, we wanted to make sure we had a central location with transit connectivity. We needed to be able to accommodate staff functions where we have, put folks into buildings that we said were no longer good enough for students, and then we backfill that with staff. We needed to try and find a way to maximize our upside relative to the value of the property that we were buying. So both from a first cost standpoint and to make sure we weren't buying something we were going to have to invest a significant amount of money in. And then looking for a way to acquire something without having to secure funding from Mecklenburg County. And so we are acquiring the AAA campus, which is about 118,000 square feet on 12 acres, broken down into 3 buildings, one of which is 2-story and the other 2 are single-story, in exchange for the Midwood facility, which is a 45,000 square foot facility on 2.5 acres in the Plaza Midwood area. Midwood has been leased since November 2012 to Midwood International Cultural Center, and the leases that are on that building were extended to June 2023. The AAA campus was listed for sale at $9.6 million. We're actually getting it for $8.3 million, and Midwood was valued at $8.6 million, so we are getting the AAA campus and $300,000 in cash as a result of that swap. The entity that is completing the exchange with us has served as the property manager for the Midwood Center since it was leased out, and they were actually at the table and helped negotiate the initial lease, so they know the tenants and the tenants know them. There were, again, no brokers involved in this exchange agreement. We're targeting a closing in August, September of this year, and we have selected a designer via RFQ and actually had an initial meeting with them today. These are images of those buildings. And I think it's important to note that what we're buying is an incredibly well-maintained asset. All the parking lots were repaved in 2017. You can see other HVAC roof replacements, generator replacements that have been done over time. They've been very good stewards of the building. So circling back to other internal factors which must be considered as we go forward, the equity piece and applying an equity lens to our work is absolutely important, equity and equality both, and I know that that those are terms that sometimes get bandied around without a lot of thought, but we're giving a lot of thought to that as we go forward. And so historically, and I used to be a staff member to the old equity committee, we counted things. We said, okay, 39 classrooms is a baseline standard. The school doesn't have 39 classrooms. When are you going to get it to 39 classrooms? Because that means equity. And so we have evolved, I think, as an organization and as a society, started looking at things that are beyond just those sorts of factors. And so there are things that float around out there like educational adequacy. We are taking those concepts and we are making them fit CMS. So we're developing an educational environments index, and we are taking into account things like stimulation, naturalness, and individuality, because the point is that the building can be neutral to what happens inside of it. It can actually negatively impact what happens inside of it, or it can actually propel student achievement. And we want to be in that last group where the buildings actually are able to support and advance student achievement. And so with the Educational Environments Index, we're looking at things like daylighting and outside air capability, which are part of any sort of educational adequacy piece. But we're also looking at things like the presence of directly externally accessible or forward or stylable classrooms, and things like multiple buildings on a campus, and whether or not those create situations that we need to address. We are also looking at core and support space size as an equity measure. In years past, we added classrooms when we did an addition, but we didn't necessarily add cafeteria space or media center space. And if you have an undersized media center and the teacher in the media center can't do his or her best work because of the space constraints, you've created a situation where things are not equal there. Athletics and the way we deliver that, again, it's an equity piece, and access to programs, especially as we cite them throughout the county. And so this is an initial attempt at an equity index, if you will, the Educational Environment Index, and this is being shared tonight for the first time. We intend fully to test this with the board going forward and also with the community. So this is not written in stone. This is not a final product. This is something we want folks to react to. So you can see we've weighted things differently, looking at the way that we feel like they impact the student learning and the teaching environment. So a lack of natural daylighting might be a pretty significant problem. Not having outside air capability could be a significant problem. So we've weighted those accordingly. Now, what it means if we go forward with applying, let's just say we apply the equity index the way that we have it now, it will mean that some schools automatically don't get a passing grade. And that's a result of a decision that we've made, and then we just need to plan for that. So sometimes it might mean that a building's got to be replaced, or a campus master plan if we're going to say that multiple building campuses are no longer really acceptable. It also means that schools that are at the edges of the city or even outside of the city of Charlotte may be prioritized for replacement rather than renovation. We've done a pretty good job with replacing inventory within the center city and the CWAC area schools, but there's a Matthews, a Huntersville, a Cornelius Elementary School, for example, that are in need of replacement. And some schools which may have been considered for renovations and additions will instead be programmed as replacement projects. And I'm going to share some examples right here of what that actually looks like. So the first one is University Meadows Elementary School. That school was built in 1992. It has not had a capital investment since, not been on a bond since then. So we're right at that 30-year cycle that I was talking about for renovation. The core is undersized. We do have lack of outside air capability, and we do have some classrooms without daylighting. So the recommendation would be that, this is not a renovation addition project. This is now a replacement. And where it gets starker still is Kennedy Middle School. It's a sister of Northridge Middle School, which just in the last bond cycle, we did an addition renovation project to. But applying the lens that we are using going forward, we would say that's actually a replacement school project. Again, built in 1989, on track for that 30-year renovation cycle. Core is undersized, lack of outside air capability, classrooms without daylighting. It should be replaced. So that's an example, a real example of how the decisions we make will impact our plan and our students. There are other implications. Certain choices we make will change the size of the site that we're looking for a school. And it may mean that things like the CTE, one of the examples could be, do we say every high school has to have the exact same full complement of CTE programs? So we need to have an auto body shop and a kitchen for the culinary arts program at every high school? Or do we say, no, we're going to treat that as a hub, or no, we're going to do CTE entirely differently? So that's one example of one piece that touches our students that has ripple effects throughout the entire plan. And then things like the baseline standard, because going back, at some point, we're going to say there is a number that's not okay. But we don't want to necessarily say like our last generation of 39 classroom elementary schools is necessarily obsolete because they don't have 45 classrooms. That's a decision point, but that's an example where we would say literally Polo Ridge, Lawrence Orr is not equitable because it doesn't have 45 classrooms. Or we could say, for example, that, if the delta between our current standard and the number of classrooms on the site is 8 or less, we don't need to do an addition project. So we don't need to program that school for addition if everything else is equal there. But if we're at 9 classrooms or more, we need to say, okay, that's a modular territory, not individual mobiles we probably need to add on to that school. So those are determinations and decisions that we'll need to work through with the board and the community going forward. And so this is also something we're sharing for the first time tonight. This is the first attempt at a project ranking methodology. And what you'll see here is the Educational Environment Index is a direct feed, and it is awarded the highest number of points. We are, again, still capturing the core and the condition and the life cycle. But this, again, is a work in progress, not set in stone. We want feedback from the board. We want feedback from the community on this. We are in the process of programming, so every school will show up on the capital needs assessment. Every school will show up on the capital needs assessment. Every school will not be on a CIP, but even if we open it last year, it goes to the back of the line for the CNA. We have to be able to demonstrate that we're capturing all of our capital needs on our capital needs assessment. So even if it's, we'll see you in 30 years, Montclair, it's got to be on there. And so the next steps, as I shared, we have a lot of work to do, both with the board and with the community. We look forward to ramping up that community engagement and starting to get agendas out and on to various groups so that we can solicit feedback. That's absolutely important. We're going to be working with our internal groups, our educators, and others in order to help us refine the educational specifications and our concepts there, and continue to capture our deferred maintenance backlog, especially as our final funding from the county for this year and any other federal monies and things come into view, and we're able to really understand what may be available to address some of that. And then honestly going back and taking a look at the student the student population, the numbers 20th day this year going forward, and taking a look at how that tracked against the projections that we did 2 years ago and how much things may have shifted, because we need to build that into the plan as well. And so that concludes the presentation. I do have my contact information up there if there's anybody who wants to engage. We are happy to get started, and with that, I can take questions and comments.
Ms. Sawyer.
Thank you, Carol Sawyer. I'd like to go back to the Midwood School project, and can you talk me through how that exchange happened? I think there's some confusion about how the project, who signed off on it, whether there was a bid process. If you could talk through that.
Sure. So one of the ways that we have to acquire or dispose of property is through an exchange agreement. And so we had an opportunity where somebody presented us with the option of, I will trade you this for that. And so we were able to make that determination based on that exchange agreement. And again, what we were receiving, the values balanced with what we were giving away. So it checked those boxes. We had appraisals done, so we're certain of that relative to the fair market value. But the transaction could be judged on its own merits because it was not simply I want to buy that from you. It was I want to exchange A for B. And so we were approached, and this was the opportunity that presented, and we thought it was a very good transaction for our staff.
So basically, there's not an upset bid.
There is not an upset bid
process
tied to
when
this
it's an
because
exchange?
it's a straight exchange agreement. So when somebody initiates an offer to purchase, that takes us into and the school board determines that it's in the board's best interest to sell, because again, the board owns the real estate. We advise and we help and we negotiate the deals, but at the end of the day, the title to the real estate is in the board's name. And the board determines that they wish to sell, then that goes through the upset bid process in response to an unsolicited offer or absent an exchange of valuation. Because you saw we did have 2 exchanges here to allow us to consummate both a school and an administrative site transaction.
Okay. Other questions? Ms. Ship?
First, I just wanted to say, I really think it's great what you're doing with the internal factors that are being considered now with the capital investments that hadn't been looked at before, especially as you're looking at sustainability and maintaining schools. And I think even those non-instructional sites that you're looking at when you talk about like the bus warehouse, I think that's very important that those are being looked at for maintenance as well. And what's been a really big factor I think you're looking at now is what determines a replacement school as opposed to continuing to maintain, or what I would call put a Band-Aid on a building or area, which had been done. So I think this is really important work. And then as we look at it in terms of equity as well, I think it's much, much needed. One school you talked about, and I had a question about, which is kind of one I'm very familiar with, in the area is Kennedy Middle. And you were talking about that school, for example, really needs to be a replacement school. I didn't hear you mention anything about Still Creek Elementary. If you know, those 2 schools sit together. And there's some really problems there because the pathway for the buses to come in is one way in and one way out. And they've constantly had that problem getting their buses and transportation, parents picking up students in and out. And Still Creek is extremely old too, and I haven't heard, I'm not sure where it is in terms of needing to be replaced, because I know we're opening up the new South Elementary School out there, and I wonder if that was why we did not look at Still Creek.
Well, and we have, and I think that's important. I think one of the things that I wanted to do with the presentation tonight was to talk about those things that are tweeners. There are some that it's absolutely clear cut that the school needs to be replaced. And I would say, standing here right now tonight, my personal opinion, Steel Creek is one of those schools. But there are a lot of schools that are kind of in the middle or on the line that we might have looked at, as I said, with Kennedy, just the last CIP, that was an addition renovation project. The way we're looking at things now, it's not. It's a replacement school. So I was trying to be able to exemplify some things that are kind of caught in the middle, and the things that we're digging deeper on to show that, you know, I've always said relative to the growth, I don't need a crystal ball. I'm still looking in the rearview mirror. The same sort of thing applies to condition. We know the schools that absolutely need to be replaced, but there's this other tranche that maybe it's an addition project, maybe it's a renovation project, maybe it's a replacement project. How do you get to that, to your point? And the way you get there is subjectively taking these criteria into consideration and saying, okay, we thought it was one thing, but it's really another.
Right, because I'm really concerned about that transportation piece.
Yes.
I have actually been there working, supporting that school, so, and that's a major issue with the transportation. So I hope if we're gonna look at Kennedy Middle, we're not gonna overlook this time that piece. And those three schools, Olympic, Kennedy, and Steel Creek, sit right there together.
Yes, ma'am.
So I hope we'll continue to look at that.
And before I go to Ms.
Thank
Cheek and then Dr. Jones, were you done? I'm sorry.
I'm through, thank
Okay.
you.
So I just want to be clear, because that jumped out at me too when you showed the slide for Kennedy. My understanding is you're not here to say it's official, we're replacing Kennedy.
Right.
You are tweaking the standards by which we determine the capital needs assessment. So we have a set of standards that we've used for a number of years. You're taking a fresh look at those. You're going to take those potential standards out into the community and back to us for feedback. And you showed that as an example as, here is something that may come up as a recommendation based on these standards. But you're not saying, hey, everybody, here's the school we're going to replace, right?
Absolutely. To be perfectly clear, and I apologize that I wasn't, the intent was to demonstrate with those examples that if we applied all of our assumptions, if you will, as we documented them in this presentation, that would be an outcome. That something that was, you know, a few years ago an addition renovation project now becomes a replacement project. Right. If we change any of those levers, and that's the way we should maybe all think about them, then that changes the outcome. We may say, you know, it's okay, it really is an addition renovation project because we make some other adjustments to our approach. I was simply trying to get at if we adopted the index, for example, the way that it's crafted in its draft form, that's what it would lead us to, is to say this is a replacement school.
Right. Thank you for adding that, because that's what I want the community to know, that these are things we're thinking about, but these are also situations, because he brought that up, you would hear the community saying, well, how does that figure into where we're going to go in terms of some other schools? Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cheek, then Dr. Jones, then Ms. Byers-Bailey.
So I've done a lot with capital stuff for the last, almost 2 decades. This has kind of been my thing. I'm hearing from you now that the way we figured out the ranking of schools is going to be a little different than it was the last time. And I'm very happy about that, because I think I've been pretty vocal about my discontent with the last plan. So I'm very anxious to get this out in front of the community. I know Jennifer and I need to get a MEAC meeting, because this is one of the big things that MEAC had you come and present to. And now that maybe we can actually have a real meeting, we could get back in front of them on this. So I do want to put that out there, that we're going to work on that. We're going to get it going. And I want to say thank you to you and your team, because I don't think there's a whole lot behind you on the team. I mean, I think your team is in front of us right now. So I think the part that I hope people heard is there were no brokers used in these deals. We were able to negotiate all these deals without a broker. Brokerage fees for commercial property run 10%?
Yes.
10%. And we talked about how many millions of dollars here. We saved ourselves a lot of money, not only by the way that these deals were worked out and the complexity of them, but also by having somebody on staff that was able to manage that for us. So Superintendent, I thank you for having the right person in this job to get this done for us, and I commend you, Dennis, for your work on this.
Thank you.
And I greatly look forward to seeing how this new capital improvement plan plays out. As like Ms. Shipp said, I know of a few schools in my area, and Ms. Fowler attends one of them, that my husband attended, and I think the mayor of Cornelius actually attended, and Mr. Washam is retired as a banker and is just turned 70, and he attended North Meck High School. So let's just, so we got a lot of schools all over this county, and we're all going to be advocating for ours, and I'm anxiously awaiting that,
Thank you.
and I'm going to win. Brianna and I are going to win.
Dr. Jones and then Ms. Byers-Bailey.
Okay, Ruby Jones speaking here. We talk replacement schools, and this is not necessarily toward you, Dennis, per se, as it is the full board and the superintendent. We need to think of innovation sometimes, especially when we are in competition with all charter schools and everything else. Thinking outside of the box, innovative options, because it impacts the guts of what goes into the school building. Curriculum models, that's a passion of mine. And I sit and I read about different special schools, and you all have heard me talk about aviation. Well, you're going to build a high school with some special nuances, for my lack of the right vocabulary. So I think this is what we need to start to think, Mr. Superintendent and others, around invitational learning. I've been talking about invitational learning since I've been on this board. Ms. Byers-Bailey is shaking her head up and down. But that's real. And it has everything to do with what you're talking about. You're saying replacement. And I understand what you're saying, but I'm also thinking innovation. And so I'm just putting that out there for us to start along that mental thinking and planning.
And I think that's one of the things that we will need to work on a lot, that, purpose-built schools. We've
Yes.
done that for, Montessori, we've done that for some schools, but if we have a program that we're passionate about and we want it to be successful, then we need to design that from the ground up to the extent that we can and bake that into the plan. So it's not just the additions, it's not just the renovations, but it is the new schools and what we want those new schools to do. And even the furniture in the schools, we can transform what happens in a room just by not having desks. So those are considerations that we'll have to make as we move forward.
And that was a shortfall for Hawthorne Health Academy. The only saving thing about it is students can take a pretty short trip to the hospitals, but there's so much that would be needed or is needed in the facility itself. That came to me there when I was doing my tour and getting the conversation about, and I think Ms. Cheek could speak to that a lot better than I can with her health background. But thank you.
Ms.
Doc-
Byers?
Can I just add one thing, Madam Chair? Just to put a bow tie on it, Dr. Jones, I think you're exactly right, and that's why it's so important that there's the collaboration between both the academic and the operations side of the house. So there has to be collaboration in order to get to exactly what you're speaking of.
Well, that's great. Thank you.
Ms. Byers-Bailey.
Thank you. Thelma Byers-Bailey here. I was really pleased, as you well know, that Lincoln Heights is not going to be forever the swing space for all the other schools in CMS. And it was going to get to be reopened as a school on its own right. One of the things that was hanging over Lincoln Heights' head was the fact that we weren't sure whether or not Bruns could be built new with this, without the school, the children having to swing out. And so, but that was a very touchy situation. It looked like they had plenty of land, but when you actually got in there, a lot of it wasn't usable for building. And we really appreciate the way you all worked and reworked to make that happen, so that Bruns does not have to swing in order for them to get a new building. But that leads me to, we have other schools. We have some schools that have lots of room. You know, you could build it over here, and then when that one's going on, you could build it over there, and when that one, you could just switch back for centuries between two sites on the same school location without having a problem. And then we have schools like Brun, have a little bit of land, but you're not quite sure what you can use. And then we have some really old schools that are spread out, but kind of like where Charlotte was.
Yes.
But, you know, trying to contract that into a smaller building while they're still in school, but not having to swing them out. And it's incredibly, I would think, more difficult to swing out a high school than it is a middle school or an elementary school.
I am incredibly anti-swing. I just think it causes all sorts of issues for the school environment. So, you know, that will not be, you know, to the extent that we can exclude that as a consideration for the way we execute. So understand that there is, you know, the piece around the plan, which is pure, we're capturing the needs. There's the next step in the plan, which is the CIP that we're advancing for funding. And then there's the actual execution of the project. So there are sometimes compromises and things that you have to do in order to accomplish the project. You hope there's enough pre-planning and foresight that you can avoid a lot of that stuff, but you can never say never, just because when it comes time to actually do the thing, you might not have a choice. Wow. But that also speaks to interrelating the plan appropriately, such that, you know, and this isn't entirely the same thing, but in a way it is. You know, we could not replace J.M. Alexander until we brought Ridge Road online. So we had to build a capital plan that, even though everybody universally, including my mother who taught there at the time, agreed that J.M. Alexander was the worst school in the history of CMS, that we had to wait until Ridge Road was open and we had that attendance boundary and we could bleed the kids off through that change so that we could actually work on the site. So we have to be intentional about those couplings and those pairings. And so those are some of the things that you see in the rubric as well, so that we can knit projects together so that they don't come completely uncoupled, and allow us to execute in the right order so that we end up with the condition that we want at the end.
Well, thank you, Dan. That was what I wanted to highlight, was the fact that swinging is not going to be a part of the CMS future.
I certainly hope not.
Okay.
Not my intent.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Fowler and Mr. Strain.
This is Brianna Fowler speaking. I had a question about the urban new way that you were proposing that we could have the schools. You said about 4 stories high for our high school buildings. Now that Charlotte's population is starting to grow, we're going to have more people projected to come here, about 100 a day. What type of things would you like to see in our school buildings? And is this going to be like replacement or repairs? So I'm just asking, for example, North Mecca or West Charlotte, would those schools be receiving school buildings with more than 4 stories? And how do you think that would impact the learning environment?
That's a great question, because you're always trying to figure out how to work on an occupied campus, and we do it a lot, but it requires, you know, careful coordination. The principal's got to be involved. The construction folks especially have got to be engaged and know where they can go and where they can't go. So, you know, it's always tough, but it's something that can be worked through. You know, one of the, you know, if you follow something to the logical conclusion where we say we are absolutely not going to have multi-building campuses even at the high school anymore. We're just saying we're not going to do that anymore. And then you start looking at deferred maintenance and the time that it's been since something's worked on. I mean, then you almost get to a point where you go, well, maybe that high school needs to be replaced altogether, rather than, again, we were just going to do a building. We were going to knock down a building, build a new building, do some renovations in a part of a building, which is, you know, what we're doing at East Mech, what we're doing at Garinger, what we're doing at South Mech in the 2017 bond. We may say going forward, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to figure out a way to replace this with a single building, or to knit together the good parts of the current building so that it becomes one building when it's all said and done, and start creating interior connections and those sorts of things. So those are the stuff that, as we work through the plan, it's going to lead us to an outcome. So rather than me, standing here and saying, again, I gave some examples to demonstrate we have these sort of tweeners, but I'm not standing here saying North Meck should be replaced today. What I'm saying is that the decisions that we make going forward through the plan will lead us to an outcome, and it's possible that that's the outcome that we're led to.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Strain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dennis, I want to thank you for both your creativity and innovation with regards to approaching some of the challenges we have, particularly in the Valentine area. We've talked a long time about the need for high school relief in that area, and you've come up with a solution set here which is very attractive, and at the end of the day will be fantastic for our kids. So I want to thank you for that. I'm amazed that we made it this far without a term that I'm going to use, which I heard for the last 6 years, but the rubric, right, by which we assess our capital needs and apply all the various weighting, right? And so looking at both the data points that would be assessed as well as the weighting of those data points. We've talked a bit about it today. I wonder if you could speak for a minute or two about your thoughts in terms of how we get to an end game so that this body, who owns said rubric, can understand and agree what that is, but that we've done all of the stakeholder management, engagement, and management in order for it to be generally adopted. And I say that recognizing that municipalities and the county and our general community, those are all stakeholders. We own it, and what we need to do is try and get to a point where it's understood well enough such that when we agree it, we can apply it, and we minimize the amount of friction in the community, in the county, in our municipalities, and say, look, we all agreed this. So we're just going to apply this process and the data elements and dare I say again, rubric, in order to come up with what our prioritized projects are. So any thoughts on how we get from here to kind of that holy grail that whilst we own it, it's adopted and we can use it effectively?
Absolutely. And so I think that one of the things that actually cuts back to our advantage with this is the time, the fact that we started the work early, if you will, very early. And so what we will do relative to the community engagement and MEAC and other groups is we will share what we have. We will get to a place, we'll do some more workshopping with the board around this. We'll get to a place where we have a rubric, and we will have a CNA, a capital needs assessment, that is filtered through that rubric. And then we have a year to take that back out and say, okay, everything you said, this is what that meant. So if there's something here that didn't get translated right, that means we need to adjust that. And we have the opportunity to do that over the course of the next year while we're building towards the 2023 CIP. And it's my hope that by, testing it, in the air, if you will, not actually working on projects, and then testing it again relative to the projects, that by the time we get to the place where we're going to the community in 2023 and saying this is the basis for our CIP, we expect this to be on a general obligation bond referendum in November, everybody agrees that, well, maybe if I'm not thrilled with every bit of it, I understand how we got here, I'm comfortable with it, and the board can say, we did the right thing and we've worked through it and we're standing on this.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And the key there, if I could reiterate that, is this is a complex community that we serve. And you may have someone in this zip code who weighs in on the rubric and thinks XYZ needs to be weighted the most, and someone in this zip code who thinks the opposite. And then our fun job as a board is to gather that community, those community values and interpret that into, here's what we think is best going to serve, the children that we represent overall. And so I think what is most important is, like you said, Mr. Lecaria, for the community to understand how we arrived at that place, as opposed to, because we will not get to a place where 1 million people in Mecklenburg County say, yes, we all agree. But I think we're all saying the same thing. Let's see, who else had their hand up?
Mine were answered.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. It's a lot to digest, a lot for us to digest, although we've been working on it for a little while, a lot for the community to digest, but very important work. So thank you so much. Much more to come.
All right, thanks, everyone.
Okay, next I'm going to turn to the superintendent for a midpoint review on student assignment, followed by some questions and answers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, and thank you again, Mr. Lecaria. At this time, we're pleased to provide an update on a number of school assignment efforts, and Ms. Keisha Craven-Howe is joining us this evening to be able to provide an update to the board after multiple community engagement sessions. Ms. Craven-Howe, I will toss it over to you.
And Ms. Craven-Howe, before you start, if I could just share the process, and it's sort of a check-in, because we've got, after this report, we've got a public hearing with, I believe, 54 speakers, and then 6 action items. So we've got a lot of work in front of us. So in the interest of using our time well, I think we'll hold questions until the end, and then we'll do one of those things that we do every once in a while, but not all that frequently, but we'll do up to 2 questions per board member, with 4 minutes for the first question and 2 minutes for the second. And that's your question time, not the Ms. Craven-Howell's answer time. So it is all yours, to the very busy Ms. Craven-Howell.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Winston and board members. It is a pleasure to share with you a midpoint report in our process to inform and get to a recommendation on student assignment changes, which would take effect with the beginning of the fall 22 school year. What I want to do this evening is just review with you the scope of those student assignment decisions, as well as share some scenarios that have been developed for each one, and some community feedback that we've been able to glean through our engagement processes, and then discuss next steps. Whenever we have these conversations, I think it's helpful, particularly for our viewing public, to ground these conversations in the board student assignment policy, JCA. That policy outlines a single requirement for student assignment, and that is all homeschool attendance areas must be defined by a contiguous boundary. That means an unbroken line drawn around a school that has a homeschool attendance area. The policy also identifies 4 priorities of equal weight that the board directs the superintendent and staff to be mindful of when developing student assignment approaches. Those include home to school distance, intact feeder patterns, socioeconomic diversity, which you'll hear me refer to throughout as SES, and then school utilization. In addition to that one requirement, bless you, and the 4 priorities, there are some additional factors that the board asks us to consider as it relates to student assignment. Our process began in March with an initial round of community engagement sessions. All of our community engagement for these 4 schools has been remote. And so we began in March with an initial round of community engagement sessions, followed by an initial survey. We used feedback gathered from those surveys to inform these scenarios. And then we went back out to the community this month to share those scenarios and get their feedback. And we also sent out a second survey for each of the schools. Throughout the process, I'll be sharing that feedback, and tonight represents the first formal opportunity to share feedback with you in this report, as well as the first formal opportunity for the community to speak to you directly in the public hearing. The intent is that the superintendent will use all of this feedback, and, information to narrow towards a recommendation for each of these schools in late June or early July for your vote. And then any approved changes would again take place at the beginning of the 22-23 school year. In terms of what's in scope, we have a new elementary school in the southeastern part of the county. It is described in the bond as relieving Bain, Lebanon Road, and Piney Grove. But because of its location, we are also considering relief for Crown Point and Matthews Elementary as well. We have Olympic Relief High School, Lincoln Heights Elementary, and Waddell High School. Let's start with the Southeast Elementary. Here you can see just the number of community engagement events. A number of these were multiple community, but some of them were also specific to individual schools at the request of the principal or either at the request of families within that community. You can see here on the map the 5 elementary schools that are in question, as well as the location of the new school, which sits within the Crown Point Elementary School attendance area. Crown Point Elementary is not a school that needs relief right now, but because of the new school's location, we will necessarily have to impact that school's boundary. Doing so creates the opportunity to provide some relief to Matthews Elementary, which today is at 121% utilization, and we don't have any other opportunities in the near future to provide relief to that school. I do want to acknowledge that I know you're used to seeing maps with a little bit more detail in terms of the streets. And that's because typically when we're looking at these assignments, we're looking at 1 or 2 elementary areas. Because we're looking at 5, we had to zoom out a little bit. And so you lose some of that detail. But I do have detailed maps of the new elementary school attendance area with streets. And I'll make sure that those get posted to board docs as well as to our website. One of the things I think it's important to point out here among these 5 elementary schools is that we have a number of middle school and high school splits. For these scenarios so far, we have not proposed any changes to middle and high school assignments, and instead have attempted to make changes to the elementary boundaries along those existing middle and high school splits. As we look at socioeconomic diversity in the area, you can see where the blue lines are the existing elementary school boundaries. There are some schools that skew more towards one type of socioeconomic community than the other. And so that's something that we're mindful of as we create the new boundaries. So getting into the scenarios, there are 3 scenarios for the new elementary school. Oops. The first is scenario red. It assigns a portion of, I'm sorry, I think I skipped a slide actually. I did. There it is. Thank you. I do want to pause for a second here on just the utilization of each of these schools. And one that I want to spend a little bit of time on is Bain. When the 2017 bond was developed, there's a 20 classroom building at Bain that was not considered part of the core facility. So when you looked at utilization of Bain, not including those 20 classrooms, it appeared to be a school that required relief. And I believe that is why it was included in the 2017 bond. Since that time, from a facility standpoint, we have made significant investments in the roof, in the flooring, and in other aspects of that 20 classroom building, such that we now count those classrooms as part of the core facility. In doing that, Bain's utilization for the 1920 school year is 83%. And so one of the things that we should consider and grapple with is the extent to which we want to relieve Bain, even though the bond calls for relief for that school. And so each of these scenarios does include relief for Bain, but that is something that has come up consistently in community engagement. And so just wanted to acknowledge that up front so that you could look through each of these scenarios with that in mind. Okay, so now scenario red. It moves a portion of Matthews Elementary, which is north of Matthews Township and south of Sardis Road, to the new elementary school. It also assigns a portion of the Crown Point attendance area and a portion of the Lebanon Road attendance area. It also assigns the portion of Bain that continues on to Butler High School to the new elementary school. Crown Point then provides relief to Piney Grove Elementary School. In scenario yellow, the primary difference here is that the portion of Matthews Elementary that was previously assigned to the new elementary school is assigned instead to Crown Point Elementary. And in doing so, we provide slightly less relief to Piney Grove Elementary. We also see the new school picking up a larger portion of the Lebanon Road attendance area. And then finally, in scenario pink, you can see that we restore some of the relief to Piney Grove from Crown Point. That portion of Matthews Elementary that in the yellow scenario was assigned to Crown Point is now assigned back to the new elementary school. When we look across these three scenarios at the relief provided, you can see the percentages there. At Lebanon Road and Piney Grove, you can see a percentage that's in parentheses. What's indicated there is both Lebanon Road and Piney Grove, because of their student populations, receive additional resources that they are currently using to reduce class size, such that the way that they utilize their buildings, their class size is much closer to 15 students per classroom than it is 20 students per classroom. And so we've just indicated in parentheses what that utilization would be if we were looking at 15 students per classroom instead of 20 at those two schools. When we look at each of the scenarios across the board's priorities, you can see that because we are essentially moving the same sections of each elementary school in each of these priorities, it's just where we place them that differs. And so the plus or minuses really are similar across the scenarios. There is a challenge with the sections that we are proposing to move from both Matthews Elementary and Bain Elementary, in that they significantly would reduce the SES diversity at both of those schools. Just want to share with you a little bit of the community feedback from the Southeast Elementary. We've had 38 responses to the survey. That survey is still open. Our principals have each mailed that information out to their families. It is also posted on the CMS website on the Planning Services Department page. You can see here in the pie chart the distribution of elementary school attendance areas of the 38 individuals who took the survey. We asked them to rank the scenarios in order of preference, and the graph that you see here indicates the weighted average of that ranking. And you can see there's very little difference in terms of preference for each of these three scenarios. The scores range from 2.1 to 1.9 out of 3. So very little difference in terms of preference. When asked of the board's priorities, which one was the most influential in terms of how the survey respondents ranked those preferences for the scenarios, home to school distance was the most significant influencer, and then SES diversity was least likely to influence that decision. Some of the additional feedback that we got just in conversation in the community engagement meetings, as well as in open responses on the survey, include a preference for not changing middle and high school assignments. What that can mean, however, is for at least one of the scenarios, the new elementary school could feed to 3 different middle schools. And that's not typically something that we would try to open a school in that situation. So that's something for us to think about. There's also concern from some of our families in Matthews Elementary who very recently experienced an assignment change in the last student assignment review. In an effort to allow families to attend school in the municipality in which they reside, we assigned some students who live in Matthews but were assigned to Greenway Park. We assigned them to Matthews Elementary. And that change just took place in 2018-19. And so in a relatively short period of time, we would be moving those same families again. And then again, we continue to hear that preference for school assignments in the municipality of residence. So that is our Southeast County Elementary School. We'll move on now to Olympic relief. Here you see a map that shows in blue, that is our current Olympic high school attendance area. You can see indicated by the the green pentagon, the site for the new Olympic relief school. I want to orient you to the map a little bit. It may be a little bit confusing that we're talking about high school. You see on the map elementary school attendance areas. Typically, when we're talking about elementary school assignments, we're looking at neighborhoods and streets as the building blocks of attendance areas. When we're looking at middle and high schools, we look at elementary school attendance areas as those building blocks. So throughout, even though I'm referring to elementary attendance areas, I'm talking about the high school students that reside in that attendance area. You can see here the feeder patterns that today feed Olympic High School. You see the elementary, the middle, and then the high school. And then on the far right, you see the number of high school age students that reside in each of those portions. So that's what we're considering as we're thinking about which elementary school areas to assign to each of the high schools. When we look at the socioeconomic diversity in the Olympic attendance area, you can see that the majority of the area geographically is medium SES communities. Further south, high SES communities. And then a little bit in the north and west, low SES communities. We have two scenarios for Olympic relief. The first is green, and it really just takes the approach of assigning the areas which are closest to the Olympic site and closest to the relief site to that school. We've also taken the opportunity to assign Nations Ford, which continues to Southwest Middle, but today is assigned to Harding High School. We have assigned that portion to Olympic. You can see that it's much, in terms of physical distance, it's much closer to Olympic than to Harding. We've done the same for the portion of the New Southwest Elementary School, which I believe the naming is coming to the board tonight, and so we can stop calling it the New Southwest Elementary, which has caused some confusion with Southwest Middle School, let me just tell you, throughout this engagement. So we've taken the opportunity to assign that to Olympic as well. And then you see Starmount Academy is an elementary school. It is today split between South-Mecklenburg High School and Harding High School. Because we assigned Nations Ford and New Southwest to Olympic, that meant that Starmount portion was no longer contiguous with Harding, and so we've taken the opportunity to close that feeder pattern, make it completely intact, and assign it to South Meck. It's a very small number of students in that area. I think it's about 72 high school students. So that is the green scenario. In the violet scenario, we've paid much closer attention to the SES diversity of these two schools. And so you can see now that the portion at Nations Ford and New Southwest Elementary that in the previous scenario was assigned to Olympic is now assigned to the Olympic relief site. And while that is certainly further from that particular area than Olympic would be, it is closer than Harding is. So there is just some trade-off there. As we look at the projected enrollment for each of these schools as a result of the two scenarios, the first column for each color you see is based on what enrollment is in 1920, and then that second column is projected for 2023, so when the school opens. You can see both Olympic and Olympic relief in each scenario is less than 1,600 high school students. So we certainly, with that relief site and in both scenarios, achieve the goal of relief. As we look at the other board priorities, we are able to eliminate some split fees, particularly at Southwest Middle School, and then also the Starmount Elementary. In terms of proximity, scenario green is more positive there, but in terms of diversity, scenario violet is more positive there, and both achieve relief for Olympic. Here you see just the community engagement to date in the Olympic community. We received 938 responses to our second survey. The majority of respondents reside within the Palisades Park and Wingate Park attendance areas. Again, that does not mean that they have elementary age children necessarily, but that is the elementary area in which they reside. Overwhelmingly, those who responded to the survey preferred the green scenario over the violet scenario, and when asked among the board's priorities what most influenced their decision, home to school distance, significantly the most influential of all the priorities. So that is Olympic relief. We move now to Lincoln Heights Elementary. You can see there the community engagement to date. Lincoln Heights Elementary is a 39 classroom facility. You can see here on the map that it is located within the Bruns Elementary attendance area. The building is currently occupied by Shamrock Gardens, as well as the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Virtual High School, both of which will vacate that building in time for us to reopen it as an elementary school in the fall of '22. We have 3 scenarios to consider for Lincoln Heights. In the first scenario, Lincoln Heights is a full magnet school, offering Montessori for grades pre-K through 6. On the map, the red circles indicate the location of Lincoln Heights, as well as the location of our current 4 Montessori pre-K-6 programs. The school would then continue to J.T. Williams Secondary Montessori, which serves students in grades 7 through 12. For the next 2 scenarios, I think it's helpful to have an understanding of enrollment at Bruns and University Park. So you can see here the comparison of the 2. Bruns is a 39 classroom facility. That school is getting a replacement school, so it will increase to 45 classrooms when it does. And then University Park at 34 classrooms. You can see there on the second row their planning capacities at 780 and 680 respectively. And their 1920 enrollment at 412 and 389. Classroom utilization at Bruns is 60%, at University Park 81%, and then you can see the 2930 projected enrollment for both schools. To the right, you see a map that indicates the SES diversity in the area. The Bruns and University Park attendance areas are primarily lower SES communities with some medium SES communities. In scenario 2, Lincoln Heights is a magnet with a homeschool attendance area, commonly referred to as a partial magnet school. So a homeschool attendance area would be drawn around the school, and students residing in that area would be assigned to Lincoln Heights as their home school, and then the remaining seats would be offered in the school choice lottery. For the homeschool area, continuation is to Ranson IB Middle School and to West Charlotte High School, which also has an IB program. In this particular scenario, we would need to determine what the magnet theme would be. The top 3 themes in the survey were Montessori. One thing to think about there is if this school had a homeschool attendance area. Typically for elementary, we're serving students K-5. All of our other elementary Montessori programs are pre-K-6. So we would just need to think about that in terms of a homeschool area, implications for middle school continuation. Another highly rated theme in the survey was STEM. And we would just want to make sure that if we offered STEM at Lincoln Heights, that we were able to differentiate it from the STEM that is offered at Bruns. And STEM is very broad. There's a wide range of opportunities for focus within STEM. So again, just something to think about, not a barrier. And then finally, IB was also highly rated. From a consistency with the homeschool continuation, which goes on to Ranson and West Charlotte, that would certainly be consistent, but we would just want to be mindful that there are 2 other elementary IB programs in the violet zone, Blythe and Statesville Road. The third and final scenario for Lincoln Heights is homeschool choice. In this scenario, we would combine the homeschool attendance areas for Bruns, University Park, and Lincoln Heights, and that's indicated on the map in blue. Any student who resides within that area would then choose among these 3 schools for their home school. Remaining seats in each of the schools would then be offered in the school choice lottery. In each case, all 3 of the schools would have a magnet theme. So Bruns and University Park would retain their magnet theme, and we would need to identify a magnet theme for Lincoln Heights. In terms of community feedback, we received 56 responses to our second survey. The majority of respondents reside within the West Charlotte high school attendance area. In terms of the appeal of each of the 3 scenarios, 55 respondents found scenario 1, where Lincoln Heights is a pre-K-6 Montessori, either extremely appealing or appealing with some reservations. On average, scenario 1 was ranked highest, a 2.3 out of 3, followed by scenario 2, which scored a 2.0 out of 3, and then scenario 3, which scored a 1.7 out of 3. Additional feedback gleaned through open responses in the survey, as well as conversation during community engagement, is just concern among University Park parents that their school has already experienced a change. So in the last student assignment review, we added a homeschool area to that school, making it a partial magnet. And so there's just some concern among those families that they've already experienced a change and they may experience another. And then there's also some wondering just about the unintended consequences of Lincoln Heights having a homeschool attendance area, given the relatively low enrollment of Bruns as a school that is growing in terms of its capacity as it gets a new school. So that is Lincoln Heights. And our last is Waddell. There you see the community engagement to date. We have 2 scenarios for Waddell. In each, Waddell is a full magnet school serving the blue and in some instances the green transportation zone. Students would apply in the school choice lottery, and all of the existing priorities and guarantees associated with the lottery would apply. In scenario 1, Waddell houses 2 complementary magnet programs, each with up to 800 students. In scenario 2, Waddell houses 3 complementary magnet programs, each with up to 600 students. And it's not necessary that students are evenly distributed across the programs in any case. Based on feedback from the first survey, the 3 themes we identified are Cambridge, and that was based on a high priority for International Baccalaureate, STEM, where we would leverage our CTE courses, and then world languages. In the case of STEM, it offers the opportunity to provide continuation for Kennedy STEM middle school students who right now have continuation at Philip O'Berry, which is geographically quite far, as well as for students at Ray Farm STEAM K-8, and we have not yet identified a high school continuation for magnet students at that school. Similarly, a world languages program could offer continuation for our K-8 language programs that serve the Blue Zone. So just a little bit about Cambridge. Like IB, it is considered incredibly rigorous. It focuses on critical thinking skills, and it is inquiry-based. Also, like IB, it offers a diploma program, and the Cambridge courses and diploma are recognized by a number of colleges and universities across the country, including all of those in the UNC system. It has a wide range of courses, many of which lend themselves to STEM as well as world language study. In STEM, we would leverage our CTE pathways. All of our CTE pathways are 4 or 5 course sequences in high school. They are aligned to industry certificates as well as 2- and 4-year degrees. And a number of them have articulated credit with CPCC, such that if students take the upper level courses and pass with a certain grade, they receive credit at CPCC. Quite typically, that 4th or 5th course is an AP class or a dual enrollment course with CPCC. And the pathways that we're considering for Waddell include app development and web design, digital marketing, biomedical science, and architecture and engineering. The third theme that we would consider for Waddell is world languages. Today, world languages offered are Chinese, French, German, Japanese, and Spanish. In addition to studying the languages, students also engage in study of just the culture and history of the countries and people that speak these languages. As I mentioned before, the high school program offers continuation for students who are already studying in our K-8 language programs, but it also offers the opportunity for students who want to begin world language study for the first time in high school. If we were to consider world languages as a theme for Waddell, that program today is currently located at South Mecklenburg High School. I want to be clear in acknowledging that the consideration of perhaps relocating that program from South Mecklenburg to Waddell is not because that program is not thriving in its current location. It is. It's a strong program at South Mecklenburg High School. Principal Starnes stewards that program incredibly well. We have an opportunity to relocate it to Waddell and to create an integrated magnet at Waddell. Creating that space at South Mecklenburg High School also then creates the opportunity to backfill some, though not all, of that space with students from Myers Park High School, providing relief then to both South Meck and Myers Park. The portions that we would consider for assignment from Myers Park to South Meck are the high school students in the Sharon Elementary attendance area, which continue to Carmel Middle School and then on to Myers Park. That's indicated on the map in orange. There are 207 high school students in that particular area today. The second portion that we would take a look at is the portion of Old Providence Elementary that continues to Carmel Middle School and Myers Park. There are approximately 332 high school students in that area today. We could look at taking one or both of these portions. If we took one, to ensure that the Myers Park boundary remains contiguous, it would have to be the Old Providence portion. There would be no changes to elementary or middle school assignments as part of this. I think that's very important. It's also important to acknowledge that I do expect to be able to provide some additional relief to South Mecklenburg High School with the opening of the South Charlotte Relief High School in 2024. Ideally, we would be having the conversation about Olympic Relief and Waddell and the South Charlotte High School all at once, but just based on the timing of when the South Charlotte High School is opening and the need to get the Olympic Relief boundary determined so that that school can open in fall 22, that wasn't possible. As we take a look at where students come from that attend South Meck, this is a map of the 2020-21 attending students. The blue dots on the map represent the homeschool students, and so that's why they're very tightly clustered together. This is South Meck's homeschool attendance area. And you can see a few blue dots well outside of the area. These are students who've gotten an approved request for reassignment or transfer, most likely. And then you see the red dots. The red dots indicate students who are in the magnet program. There are just over 700 students in the World Languages Magnet at South Meck today. And you can see that most of them come from outside of the South Mecklenburg High School attendance area, though there are definitely a few red dots within the South Meck attendance area. When we look at the SCS diversity and distribution, whenever we talk about socioeconomic diversity, I always talk about South Meck as our most socioeconomically diverse school in the district. And so certainly the magnet program there contributes a lot to that diversity. And so we would want to think about that trade-off as well. As we look at the survey, we had almost 1,200 responses to the survey. The majority of respondents reside within the Myers Park attendance area, followed by respondents from the South Mecklenburg High School attendance area. We also asked survey respondents not just in what high school attendance area they reside, but if they were enrolled in any of the special programs. So do you have a student currently enrolled in one of our K-8 language programs? Are you in the Myers Park IB program or the South Mecklenburg World Languages program? The largest group of respondents, 428 respondents, identified as not having a student currently enrolled in any of those particular programs. When we asked about the appeal of each of the three themes, Cambridge, STEM, and world languages, STEM was most appealing with 885 respondents identifying the theme as either appealing or extremely appealing. That was followed by Cambridge with 834 responses of appealing or extremely appealing, and then world languages with 572 responses for appealing or extremely appealing. When asked which scenario that they preferred, more than 3/4 of respondents preferred the scenario with 2 magnet themes. When asked specifically about the world language program, the vast majority of respondents, 81%, responded that they would prefer the world languages program to remain at South Meck High School. When asked about the things they would want to be most assured if we were to relocate the World Languages Magnet from South Meck to EE Waddell. Some of the things that were indicated were access to advanced placement courses at Waddell, sustained strength of the language program, home to school distance, particularly for those magnet families for whom South Meck is closer than Waddell, access to sports and extracurriculars, which is a benefit that students in the World Languages Magnet have today as being a part of a large comprehensive high school in South Meck. Just wanting to make sure that there's a variety of core and elective courses available, that the school is socioeconomically diverse, and then the smallest, kind of rate of wanting to be assured was around school utilization. So then just a little bit about next steps. I think I clicked one too far there. Right now, this is the midpoint report, so nothing is final. These are scenarios based on initial community input, as well as the best thinking of our planning services team, looked at through the lens of policy JCA and the board's priorities. What we want to do now is just based on continued community feedback, as well as feedback from you this evening and from our superintendent, is to begin to narrow these scenarios ideally towards a recommendation. I think we've all experienced together that sometimes we don't just narrow the scenarios that I bring to you at the midpoint, but sometimes there are modifications to these scenarios. Sometimes there are new scenarios altogether. And to me, that's a very positive indication of this process, because it means we're taking input and feedback and we're incorporating it into our work. Should there be any revisions or new scenarios, we would certainly take those back out to the community for their feedback. And then the goal would be to present recommendations to the board no later than the July 13th board meeting to allow for a full year of planning prior to these changes going into effect at the beginning of the 22-23 school year.
All right. So I see Ms. Cheek, and then Dr. Jones, and then Ms. Shipp. And if, Ms. Kelly, are you the timekeeper? Okay.
And what was
All
the
right.
time?
4 minutes for the first round.
I'll speak quickly. I appreciate this and all the hard work behind it for all of these scenarios. It's very challenging during our pandemic restrictions to get this kind of community engagement, so I applaud that. I'm not going to speak to any of the proposals except the final one that involves Waddell, South Meck, Myers Park. I do oppose this being on the plate right now. I would like to ask our staff and my fellow board members to consider a delay in this consideration and this presentation, this proposal, until two things can occur. First, that we have updated enrollment data based on the ADM for the fall, which should come around the 20th day, end of September timeframe. It's very hard to make this kind of calculated decisions not knowing what kind of enrollment that we have at many of our schools. But the biggest concern for me, and I'm a South Meck alum, is that we are going to be making some changes to South Meck now, and then we're going to turn around in about a year and start looking at changes to South Meck again with the Ardrey-Kell South Meck Relief School that was just discussed by Mr. LaCaria. Yes, that is a delay in this, and that would mean that Waddell would not have any students at it for a year. But I think sometimes you have to make tough decisions and delay the process to make sure that you make the correct decisions. So I'm asking my colleagues, and I've talked to the majority of them today and yesterday about this delay, and I do think there are a majority of us that feel that it does need to be delayed. I also want to take time very judiciously to determine the program that is going to go into EE Waddell. The school is a beautiful facility located very centrally in our county and could service many, many students. But historically, it has sat very empty and very low enrolled at whatever programs that have been put there. So I think it is our duty to the taxpayers and to our students to make sure that we put absolutely the right program there. I also know that we're about to revise and fine-tune our strategic plan and our goals. So I want to make sure that we make Waddell our star and that we make it the first high school that we've actually put the programs in that are based on our new goals, so that student outcomes are the main focus. So I'm asking my colleagues to support me in asking for a delay on the entire project for the Waddell, and include a comprehensive review of that kind of entire wedge from Myers Park all the way out to Ardrey Cal, and we do this all in one fell swoop starting in about a year. That's all.
And
Just
I
a little
don't,
bomb to drop there.
before I go to Dr. Cheek, I just want to say, we don't have a vote on the table tonight as far as scheduling, so it's good to air ideas, air feedback, but I'm going to go back to the presentation with the rest of the questions. So, Dr. Jones?
Before I begin, I will say that I do agree with Ms. Cheek's comments. Montessori. I thought I was following. The Montessori program is not a theme, it's an instructional delivery model, and it's an international mandated requirement in terms of being able to implement that. So part of that is really starting at the elementary level, ideally, or based on best practices as young as 3 years of age. So am I correct in hearing something about a Montessori that's going to be implemented as a magnet choice that has not had that continuum in a particular feeder area? If so, that's not something that I know to be instructionally sound, and importantly, it would not fly with international Montessori, which does have to give their stamp of approval for those programs.
Dr. Jones, your characterization of Montessori is exactly right, and that is our approach in the district. All of our elementary programs are pre-K 6. And so for the scenario for Lincoln Heights, where it would be a full magnet, that is the recommendation, that it would be a pre-K 6 Montessori.
Full magnet.
Full magnet, yes, ma'am. However, you were correct. It did come up for the other two scenarios where there was a homeschool boundary, because that was the feedback from the community in terms of what they valued. But what I shared was that we'd have to really think about what that would look like as a homeschool attendance area, because we typically do bring students in at the very young age. It is a very different approach to instruction, and so it might be challenging for some families if that is their only guaranteed assignment. And so one of the reasons for scenarios 2 and 3 that there is not yet a theme identified is because we need to have those conversations with the community about what the trade-offs for those themes would be, and exactly what you indicate around Montessori is one of them.
And I must say, from an educator standpoint, I'm a big believer in the Montessori approach. It's hands-on, experiential, and it's a lot of what goes in there that just needs to go on in all of our schools. But I just wanted to put that necessity out there for looking at getting the draw and the trained teachers.
Yes.
For Montessori.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now I've got Ms. Shipp, then, let me make sure I get this right, Ms. Shipp, Ms. Sawyer, then Ms. Byers-Bailey, then Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Ms. Craven. And I just gave you the last part of the name.
Craven Howell.
My husband won't mind for a little bit.
We're only 2 hours into the meeting.
Right. I want to thank you for your work, and I have had an opportunity to participate in many of the community engagement meetings. As a community person that's been very involved, and also as an at-large board member, I'm very aware of what's going on in the Southwest community, and listening to parents and emails and understanding what's going on with the Olympic. I was around when E.E. Waddell first opened, so I agree with Ms. Cheek. We want to get this right in this area because E.E. Waddell has been a high school that has really not been really fully utilized, and we have not done great things, which I know we can with E.E. Waddell. So I do think we need to really take a look at the community wants IB. I know we've talked about Cambridge, but I still think IB is a real issue there. I'm very familiar with the feeder schools. I've participated and worked with all the elementary schools and Southwest. So I think as we look at the Olympic Relief School being there and what's going on with E.E. Waddell, we need to really take the time and to do it right, and also to use the data to really drive the best decisions, because we got two situations going, the Olympic Relief School opening, and then now reopening E.E. Waddell. It's a lot going on in this community, and I'm hearing a lot, and I'm in the community. So I thank you for that, but I do want us to really be sharp with what we do with this one. I also real quickly want to talk about Lincoln Heights. I was the last administrator at Lincoln Heights, so really this one weighs heavy with me. It was an LITD magnet, Language Immersion Talent Development, and it did well there for a while. One of the concerns I have, if it becomes a full Montessori, is I know the families. I spent a lot of time working with the families in this community, and I'm really concerned about them really being involved in getting this as their home school and really participating if we go with the Montessori. Do they truly understand it? Do they truly know what we're looking for? So I would really like for us to take a good look at how we make sure this is a home school site for Lincoln Heights. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sawyer. Ms. Sawyer.
Thank you. Carol Sawyer here. I have comments on a few aspects. First of all, with regarding the Lincoln Heights, I am intrigued and I see tremendous possibilities in the homeschool choice option. I think it allows maximum flexibility in terms of creating partial magnets that can draw people into the community. And I think it also, having a homeschool choice area, I think creates a setting where people are required to choose a homeschool, and which I think levels the playing field in terms of participation in magnets, because people will be asked, what school do you want to go to? And I think that helping parents choose, and I think will increase our parental and family engagement. I am concerned about a delay in the Waddell planning. That school would then be vacant for 2 years, and I have concerns about our stewardship of our resources to have a school vacant for 2 years. And I would ask staff to consider whether, now that as of today we have, we'll be voting on property for the new South High School, and that will be an official location, whether staff would have the capacity to go ahead and draw those lines now rather than wait, so that we can have all those changes on the table at once. Because I think that would calm some fears and allow us to present a complete package. So I put that out there as a, can we do that? And I don't need an answer right now, but I think that would build a better plan. I think as we talk about moving the World Languages program, that program is wholly dependent on very specialized staff in a way that many other programs aren't. And I think if we're going to move that program, that requires, frankly, moving staff, and we have to commit to that. Because if we don't move, the advanced native speaking language teachers, from South Meck to the new location, we won't have a program. I mean, I don't think I'm not sure we can get extra teachers. So I think we need to be clear that when we talk about moving the program, we're picking up the whole program and moving it, and that means the staff. And I think, I know that there's a phase in, and we may have to have staff teach 2 days on a week at one school and 2 days in the other in those transition years. But I think that's the way to ensure the fidelity of the program so that families are confident of the quality of the program going forward. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that there is tremendous desire in East Charlotte to have a world languages program in the Garinger area, if not at Garinger, nearby. And if South Meck doesn't have a space for it, we'll take it in a heartbeat. We really need that attraction in our culture. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Marshall?
Thank you. I think based on the presentation we had from Mr. LaCaria earlier and then from Ms. Akeisha Craven-Howell, that there is a lot here. There's a lot going on. There are a lot of moving pieces. And if all the moving pieces line up, it's kind of almost a miracle, but we haven't had a lot of miracles lately. And so I'm going to agree with Ms. Cheek that I think that we need some more time to figure out the best way forward for E.E. Waddell, whether or not that involves a move with world languages or not, or other scenarios. And I think it's going to take more time than we have allotted. And I would like for community engagement to, while that's hard to go through, frankly. I mean, there's a lot of angst. Believe me, I've heard a lot of angst in the last week and a half. We need to be able to look at each other face to face, talk about this, and have some more time to figure this out. So we're also in the process of coming back in from our pandemic issues. We're also in the process of a new capital needs assessment and some realignment with our strategic plan and really focusing on student outcomes. So I think we have some opportunities here for those things to line up. I don't think that we can pull that off as quickly as a July recommendation on this particular thing. So I do appreciate the fact that others have, and again, there are different opinions, I respect them all, but that we look at this a little more holistically now that we have the land, which when we voted on the bond in 2017, we did not own that land. We were still looking for land. So I know that is a concern in the community on, I thought it was going to be, in my area, or I thought it was going to be in my area. We had a placeholder on that bond for a new high school in the South, so we're opening lots of seats, and we now know exactly where that's going to be, and I think it's in a place where we can adequately put the facility. But I think we need more time right now. So to all those people that have been showing me their passion for their schools and their emails and their phone calls, I think let's just put a pin in it. Let's just take a breath. Let's step back and let's look at this again. So that's what I have asked our staff to consider. And I think those things, I'm just going to let those be my comments for that particular project. I am also, in terms of the Lincoln Heights thing, the full Montessori is very appealing to me. And I know Ms. Shipp had mentioned an LITD, but I would assume, I don't know what those other scenarios had been. I do believe at a community session I went to several years ago, Montessori seemed to bubble up to the top, and so that district rep will be able to shepherd that forward. And let me ask one thing about the Olympic piece. Certainly we have so much development, career development types of things in the current Olympic school right now. Our NAF work, just incredible work there. Are some of those programs, do we have any idea in terms of what we're building out in those facilities for the new Palisades? Are there some complementary or one stays? Do we have an idea?
Yes, I can't speak to the exact pathways, but I do recall that early on in some of the design charrette conversations that took place in the community, Susan Gann, who's our director of CTE, was very involved in those conversations, in receiving input from the community on the types of CTE programs they wanted in those schools, in that school, and that was incorporated into the design work there. So yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. De La Hara?
Thank you, Jennifer De La Hara. Just a quick question. Dr. Jones sort of hinted at what I was thinking at, but I just wanted to follow up. I also am a big fan of the Montessori program. I'm talking about Lincoln Heights, but you know, we seem to be in have a teacher shortage overall, and I know that there takes a special extra certification. I don't know exactly how that plays out to have the Montessori qualification. Is that factored in at all? How we would go about making sure that we could source enough teachers?
Yes.
Yes, that is something.
Montessori training and certification is probably one of our most significant investments in the Magnet office. I would say that and International Baccalaureate training for teachers are two of our most significant investments in the Magnet office. We require that all of our Montessori teachers become certified within the first couple of years of being in the school. And we work closely with our principals in their selection of those teachers and in the retention of those teachers. Because once we have invested in that training, we want them to stay a part of the Montessori program in CMS.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
All right, anybody else for the first round? Mr. Strain?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this report.
Did I miss you? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let him go. Let him
You
go
didn't go
ahead.
already? Oh, okay. Mr. Strain, and then I'll come back to you, Ms. Byers-Bailey. I am so
Brilliant.
sorry. I checked your name off.
So it is amazing when you go through the portfolio of activities that you're managing right now, right? And we're blessed by the support from the community for the 2017 bond and the bond referendum and the capital investment from the county. But this is the result, right? This is the result. We've got some difficult decisions to make. And so with building a new facility for the Language Academy and reopening Waddell, and so as I'm looking at really the south half of the county, there is such massive movement in terms of availability of seats and discussions of programming. And I certainly support my colleagues' earlier words in terms of saying it is really important that we get this right, because there are long-standing impacts and we have to do the impact assessments, the risk assessments associated with the potential of moving programs. Those are real scenarios that need to be considered, and we need to know exactly what it's going to take to make sure those are successful, both for our students and to minimize the disruption in their educational journeys, as well as to ensure the disruption of the programs themselves and ensure that we continue with the strong programming. So I appreciate the suggestion from my colleagues that we delay some of these conversations, particularly, and again, I'm tremendously thankful for the work that's been done in terms of, the relief to AK and South Meck and where that, could be placed in terms of those high school seats. It's unfortunate that it's going to be delayed a year from that which we had originally planned in terms of the bond, but we're better to get that right, which is where we are. And so I just think all of those things need to be put in context, and as we often discuss, Ms. Cravenhow, look at sort of a 5 to 10 year, what does this look like, right? So I'll stick a pin in that for the high school seats. I think we need to delay that conversation and make sure we get it right. With respect to the southeast elementary school relief, there are some interesting proposals on the table. Obviously, quite a bit of community feedback, particularly from families in the Matthews Elementary School area. That being said, that school is not being built in the Matthews Elementary School area. And so I look forward to opportunities to work with you to engage that community more fully. Having been through this not too long ago, quite close to home, actually, in terms of elementary school boundaries, we took a sort of meandering path incorporating community feedback, and we came up with a very good answer. And so I think as I look at that Southeast Elementary School, I think we've still got some work to do engaging the community and coming up with that. I appreciate the update and look forward to doing just that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Byers-Bailey, last but not least.
Thank you. We've considering a lot here. And I think I'm intrigued, I guess, by Board Member Sawyer's suggestion that we can look at what the possible boundaries would be for the replacement school now, rather than postponing Waddell and looking at it a year from now when the school is more nearly up out of the ground, I guess. That I would not have thought of that as a possible solution to the fact that we've got another replacement school coming out of the ground within a year or two. And I don't know if that's a possibility. You would be the only one I would be able to turn to ask that. But I am intrigued with that. Concerning I was really amazed, I guess, at the variety of responses that the respondents to the Waddell scenarios in terms of what they thought they want, what programs they wanted, and their opinions about it. I understand that Cambridge is a new animal to a lot of CMS families, but we have Cambridge in CMS, and it has been very successful. It's very well received, and it has a variety of complementary aspects to it that IB doesn't have, in terms of CTE, as well as additional languages that our language doesn't have currently, so that by combining world language with Cambridge, you get more languages than you would ever get with just the language program by itself. And in terms of the AP, when you combine that with AP and possibly an AP capstone program, then you really up the academic rigor that school would offer. So whenever Waddell opens, I'm excited about what it's going to be able to provide for our CMS portfolio of magnet schools. I'm pleased with the respondents that we got from Lincoln Heights. When Lincoln Heights was first on the bond for discussion about, well, what's it going to be, Montessori was the assumed opportunity that it would offer. And it's primarily because we have such a high demand for that program all over the county. We could open up 5 more Montessori schools tomorrow, and we would still have a wait list of Montessori. So, and it's a program that is very well designed for students who are struggling, because it allows them to learn at their own pace. I'm also pleased that the neighborhood responded to a brand new idea that they never heard of before, which is a neighborhood zone program or assignment opportunity. And if that materialized, I would be pleased with that as well. So thank you.
Yes. Okay, Ms. Fowler.
This is Brianna Fowler speaking.
I want to agree with Mrs. Thelma Byers Bailey. Okay, now my mic is on. This is Brianna Fowler speaking, and I would like to agree with Mrs. Thelma Byers Bailey. I believe that IB and AP, the curriculum that we have distributed in the CMS schools, are doing a tremendous job. But I believe that Waddell would give us an amazing opportunity for us to import Cambridge, which is a well-renowned international program that our students will be able to take advantage of. And I think that our students would love to be a part of the Cambridge program. Like she said, there is the Cambridge program already implemented in our schools, but for us to have another school that has the program, it will allow for our students to be more diverse in their learning. For example, the Cambridge curriculum is not as static as IB or AP. AP allows for our students to take more individual courses. For example, if a student is more STEM focused, they can take AP Stats or AP Psych, while IB is more of a holistic curriculum and they get to take everything. Cambridge is more fluid, and it allows for our students to have a different type of thinking. So I agree. I think that we should take Waddell and use this to give our students more of an open mindset when it comes to their learning. So I think that we should take advantage of this, and I totally agree with you. Thank you.
Okay, before we go to the second round, I'll take my first round. And so first, I know staff came with a specific set of considerations, and we've thrown a couple of curveballs at you. One is to consider, one is to hold off on the South Mech Waddell changes for 1 year. Another is to accelerate the South Mech changes to the new replacement high school, accelerate that by 1 year. And a third is just a reminder that Garinger would love a world languages program. So if at some point we have to relieve space anyhow at South Mech and Myers Park, no idea how that would work out, but that's out there too. And do not, as far as I know, this is the first staff is hearing about this, and there are a lot of pros and cons to think through, so absolutely no obligation to respond tonight, and I'm not going to weigh in on this until I understand those pros and cons. But I just want to thank everybody for their creative thinking tonight. So I do have a couple of quick questions. One is, reflection. I think with Cambridge, we do need to, we have an opportunity to better educate the community on what that program is. I think Ms. Cheek can attest to when we were going through, I don't remember if when Cambridge was new at Hopewell or when we were going through reassigning some students to Hopewell. The principal at that time really did an amazing job getting out in the community and letting people know what Cambridge is and how it works. And, you know, and the folk, there are some very happy campers there now, but would not have been had he not walked them through it. So I know we don't have that principal yet. I don't know if we'll have the principal before the program or the program will be decided before the principal, but if we have someone who can explain Cambridge, I think there's just a lot of people in North Carolina who don't know much about it yet. It's more widely established internationally than IB even, but we're pioneers in North Carolina for it. So, okay, that's number one. Number two, just a quick question on Montessori. As far as the possibility of Montessori, where it's part magnet, part assigned, is there, do we know, is Montessori a successful program when that's just, you show up and that's what you get? Or is it sort of like a thing where the family has to really buy into it and choose into it for it to be successful? I don't ask that in a leading question. I truly don't know the answer one way or the other.
It's very much the latter, because for many families, it will look incredibly different than what a parent or grandparent or guardian experienced in their own education if they were not in a Montessori school. And so if that is your guaranteed homeschool assignment, your only guaranteed assignment, it could potentially feel uncomfortable. It's also a promising practice of Montessori education that students start as young as possible. It's why it's our only magnet program that begins with pre-K. We do have a late entry process where students can enter second grade and beyond. That process involves a visit to the school to see what instruction is like, both for the student but also for the family, to make sure that they fully understand the Montessori approach. There's a lot of independent work. We spent a lot of time with our Montessori families adapting what that would look like, for example, this year during remote instruction. Because it is very differentiated in terms of kind of day-to-day and the blocks of time that students spend.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we'll go to the second round. If anybody has a second round of questions or feedback, 2 minutes. And let me do this in the order in which I saw. Sawyer, Shipp, Cheek, Jones.
Thank you. I just have this on my heart and I have to talk about it. We talk about equity being a through line in everything that we do. And the response of this board to the pressure, frankly, that we're getting from Myers Park and Southeast Charlotte residents is intense, and frankly has nothing to do with student outcomes. My emails are running heavily weighted toward my property values and my entitlement to go to a particular school because I could afford to buy into that part of town. And I feel that we are listening to that community in a way that we have never listened to other parts of the town. And I know that my community in East Charlotte has not felt heard, or, gee, we need to stop everything on the assignment changes to Garinger until we put in something that attracts people. That has never been a conversation in my part of town. We don't say we're going to open a new school, but gee, we have to find a way to satisfy this group of people. And I just have to raise that because I am actually deeply offended by some of the emails that I'm getting and the level of privilege and entitlement that is expressed in them, as well as the utter disregard for our students who attend other schools and the affront that they would have to attend a school that might not have just other wealthy white people. So I just had to say that because that's been on my heart as I listen to this conversation. Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Shipp?
Well, in hearing Ms. Sawyer, I have to speak as a person who's lived on the west side, moved to the southwest side, and I'm in this community now that is really looking at this, and I can agree with some of the things I'm hearing, but I'm also want to make sure I'm speaking and understanding the needs of, looking at equity in this community for the Southwest. And for some of the parents that did not get to the community engagement meetings and did not maybe know to fill out the survey or still need more information because they don't understand Cambridge or they don't understand why not an IB program in a community that I understand why they're saying that, because there was not an IB feed initially after Myers Park moved from the area. We looked at Hardin, and there was concerns about Hardin being the only IB. So I'm speaking and looking at those families that need to be heard, that we do the right thing for E.E. Waddell and the Olympic Relief School for all the students, all the children in this community, and those with a voice and those without a voice. So I'm very concerned that the reason we would delay, we got Nations Forward Elementary. I know a lot about those students who were moved all the way to Hardin, and now an opportunity to get to the Olympic Relief School. There is a lot going on that I want to make sure these families have a voice and they have a time to be heard, and that this particular school, whether it's E.E. Waddell or the Olympic Relief, will be for all the students, and we will be making the right decisions. And right now, I don't think with this timeline and with the data we have, I think we are almost at a delay. And we are, because I want to make sure this is right for these students. And I've been in this area and seen the E.E. Waddell. And I'm just going to stop there.
Okay. Ms. Cheek and then Dr. Jones.
Thank you. I want to offer my support for, if it is possible and if it remains the will of the community, that the Lincoln Heights Montessori. I advocated hard for the Trillium Springs up in my area because we had no Montessoris within an accessible area, and it's been very successful. It was also very challenging to staff, and we actually faced a little opposition from the current, at that time, Montessori schools that didn't want us to open a new one because they were afraid we would take their teachers. So we actually had a lot of opposition for that. I want to reiterate something. I am asking for a delay in the Waddell decision so that it could be paired with the Ardrey-Kell relief. I'm reading the emails that I'm getting, but those emails are not what has made my decision. My decision is made on data. The data is that we don't have the updated enrollment, and the data is that out of fairness to my alma mater, South Meck High School, I think if we're going to make attendance boundary decisions in 2002 and again in 2003 or 2021, 2022, we should defer it so that we could make all those attendance decisions at the same time. This has nothing to do, and I am offended by some of the emails as well. You know, if people buy houses in certain places, that does not mean that that's where they're going to school. And I want to tell people that if we delay this, it's not changing it. There's going to be people from Myers Park that are going to get moved. There's going to be changes in South Meck's boundaries. There's going to be changes in people of all demographics. And so that delay does not do anything for that. The biggest thing, I have watched Waddell struggle for 2 decades. And I want Waddell to reopen as the most successful school and the most student outcome-based school we have in our district. And that is my goal, and that is why I'm still advocating for delay.
Dr. Jones.
Thank you. I am adamantly opposed to a Montessori being a part of a partial magnet because my experience has been the education, more parents would opt for that experience if they were aware. So this district needs to sell these different program options to the wide expanse community. And we haven't done a very good job of that. Montessori is excellent, especially for young children who need the experiential and all of the components of it. I think it's great for every child. However, we aren't going to get that. When I was campaigning, I was out talking to young parents, and I was telling them about different program offerings in CMS, and they were like, "What? I didn't know that." So they don't know. You can't make decisions if you don't know. And so I just offer that as a foundation for where we need to start right now to build a knowledge base and educate our community. Thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Marshall and then Ms. De La Hara.
Thank you. In terms of my support for a delay in this, it really does, it's been going back to the fact of the matter that we just have not had time coming out of the pandemic. Now that we've got this, the land purchased for sure, that the decision to get to a really good place with Waddell, I just don't think can be done this quickly. So and it's a fact that no one wants to leave a school they love. And that's the case in any community in this county, every corner in this state. frankly, in the country. So these are not new arguments that we are hearing. These are things that people have voiced and would frankly voice in any number of schools that we propose some moving. So we're gonna hear that. And I want to just tell my community that, you know, we've been in an older part of town that has not had a lot of change and movement, but we live in a changing community. And I think that that's something, I hope that frankly what this may do is have everybody look a little more left, right, up and down to see the benefits of the schools next to them, because there are many. And I am very proud of so many kids and programs and teachers coming out of all of our schools. And the goal is to really raise the bar everywhere, not just that there's one place to get it done. So I think this gives us an opportunity to do that. I really encourage my community to go at this, and I know this is very difficult, but to go at this with a bit of a mindset like that. So my pause is that we will, again, be moving a lot of people around in this next bit of time, but we give you a roadmap, we give you time, and I want to do great things for the east side of our community as well. So this is not just centered on one thing. I think we have an opportunity to look at this holistically and make some good plans.
Ms. De La Hora.
Thank you, Jennifer De La Hora. I just wanted to sort of echo Ms. Shipp's comments about really making sure that the community, certain communities have been reached, are able to participate in this process. I'm not asking you to pull the slide back up, but I would ask my colleagues to, take some of this feedback from the surveys, the data with a grain of salt. I'm just noticing, for example, with reference to the Waddell School relief, that, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the number, that, for example, 3% of the respondents are attending the Nations Ford Elementary, which is the furthest away by my viewing as far as home to school distance, yet 70% of the respondents.
Olympic Relief.
I'm sorry, yes, thank you, the Olympic Relief, I'm sorry, yes. Note that home to school distance is their number one factor, but 70% of the respondents are from the two areas that the schools are in their backyard. So I just think that's an interesting comment, and I'd like to see us get a little more feedback from the Nations Ford folks who presumably would be impacted by that, and not have that the deciding factor with folks who are, are filling out the survey when it's not necessarily going to affect them. So I think we need to look at that survey data with just a set of eyes, so clear set of eyes. Thanks.
All right, anybody else for a second round? This has been a really great discussion, everybody, and thank you for the thoughtful presentation, all the work that you've done thus far. I know there was going to be more work to do anyways, and now there's even more work.
to do. Mm-hmm.
But that's what, that's part of the deliberative process to get to the best result.
Absolutely.
So I want to thank everybody. All right. So with that, we will move on to the public hearing on the student assignment midpoint review. And the rules are as follows. Each speaker will be called to speak one at a time. Each speaker will have a minimum of 2 minutes to address the board. Groups will have 7 minutes. And this is important. Each speaker may only talk about the topic that is the subject of the public hearing. So we're here to talk specifically about the student assignment proposed changes. Individual student matters or specific personnel matters may not be discussed. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Profanity or other inappropriate language will not be allowed. And the board reserves the right to cut off or mute any speaker who violates these rules. So as a reminder, if you're here to talk about one of the student assignment changes and you want to throw in a few other topics while you're at it, we'll have to mute you because we've got 55 folks to work our way through. So with that, I will call our first speakers. Let me get my list in front of me. The first 3 speakers are Paul Strickland, Stacy McBride, and Megan Oakley.
Madam Chair, Ms. McBride and Ms. Oakley are not present.
Okay. Is Mr. Strickland present?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, wonderful. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, board members and Superintendent Winston. I live in Singing Springs, a neighborhood off Sharon View that has been zoned to Myers Park for 60 years. My wife and I are proud CMS products, and we have 2 kids currently at Cornwall Middle School. There is a proposal to rezone 200 kids in the Sharon Cornwall Myers Park High feeder to South Meck. I want to step you through why this is a bad recommendation and goes against our November 2016 guiding principles for homeschool assignment. The first principle calls for considering facility capacity and usage. South Meck's utilization is currently higher than Myers Park and remains higher than Myers Park after the proposed changes are implemented. The second principle says we should take travel distance into account. If my kids are moved to South Meck, not only will their home school be farther than Myers Park, it will be farther than 2 CMS high schools and likely a third when the new South Charlotte High School comes online. The third guiding principle tells us to keep entire neighborhoods assigned to the same school. This will draw a line through the heart of our larger Sharon Elementary School community. The fifth guiding principle asks us to keep elementary attendance areas intact for high school. Sharon is completely whole now. Every kid goes on to Myers Park, exactly what this guiding principle calls for. This proposal would take an extremely small sliver of kids from a fantastic elementary school and send them across town to a strange high school they know nothing about and surround them with classmates they didn't grow up with and don't know. Additionally, this proposal does nothing to address SES diversity and nothing to address high school capacity and overcrowding issues in the South County. Instead of sending 200 kids across town to a new high school in a move that doesn't advance progress in any meaningful way towards our long-term goals, let's wait and address these issues strategically, comprehensively, and as a community in 2024 when the new South Charlotte High School comes online.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. And I understand, I was told Stacy McBride was not here, but apparently she is here, but perhaps signed in under a different name.
So yes, I'm sorry, this is Stacy McBride. I'm logged in on a computer under my son's name, so I apologize for that confusion.
No worries.
I'll also try to start the video. Okay, there we go, thank you. So again, I'm Stacy McBride. I'm a parent at South Meck High School, and I'm the school improvement team chairperson. We do believe calling a timeout tonight is the right recommendation so that schools across the district receive the support they need, and appreciate that recommendation. I do want to encourage all students that have signed up tonight to still speak because it's important to hear your voices. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of common themes tonight, like ensuring the continuity of the mature language magnet, not increasing achievement gaps, preserving the diversity of South Meck and the socioeconomic balance, and minimizing the continued upheaval started 15 months ago with the pandemic. I'm going to jump into a little detail for a few of these. Many of the current language teachers will need to stay at South Meck to continue meeting language requirements for remaining students. It will not be possible just to move all of the staff. It will be an uphill battle to find 15 or more native speaking language teachers to fill these roles across 5 languages. We also really need to preserve the diversity and socioeconomic balance of South Meck. South is considered a model in CMS, as it was noted earlier tonight. We've worked really hard to advance equity across these groups and don't want to destroy the success we've achieved moving students of color into AP, honors, and courses they historically have not pursued. If we move the magnet out of South as part of the rezoning proposal, it will result in at least 1,500 students moving in and out of South Meck over 3 years. This would impact more than 50% of our school, which would tear the very fabric of South apart. You know, managing a high school is really incredibly difficult, but managing one that's a revolving door over 3 years will be next to impossible without negatively impacting performance results and the social and emotional well-being of students and staff. There are other magnet options that could be considered. A number have been talked about tonight. One of the biggest opportunities we would like to see is an IB magnet, either for 6 through 12 or 9 through 12. This consistently has the highest wait list and would provide equitable access across the blue transportation zone. You know, other considerations that haven't been mentioned are partnering with CPCC and the new Wake Medical School to develop a new STEM program, or considering additional training programs that give students minutes.
Thank you very much. I know 2 minutes is short.
All right,
And-
thanks.
Okay, all right, okay, so I believe we do not have Megan Oakley here, but we do have Jacob Barner, who is Megan Oakley's son. Do we have Jacob Barner or Megan Oakley?
Yes, ma'am, Jacob Barner's here.
Awesome. The floor is yours, Mr. Barner.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jacob Barner. I am a 7th grade student at E.E. Waddell Language Academy. I am strongly opposed to the decision to move the World Language Magnet from South Meck to Waddell High School. I created an online petition on Saturday, just 3 days ago, to gather support for keeping the magnet at South Meck. By the time I went to bed Saturday, I was stoked to see it had over 300 signatures. Today, I am pleased to tell you that as of today, 966 people have signed that petition asking that the World Language Magnet be allowed to remain at South Meck. I hope you will agree this demonstrates there is plenty of community support for keeping the World Language Magnet at South Meck. I will email each one of you on the board a copy of the petition as soon as the meeting is over. Hopefully you will review it, read some of the inspiring comments folks have written, and I hope you will take this into account when making your final decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Ophelie Yosa, followed by Amanda Mingo, and then Ella Canty. Ms. Yosa?
Hello?
Hi there, you're on.
Okay, so first of all, half of CMS doesn't even know. You guys haven't even promoted it so like everybody can know. I had to find out from a tutor. And I just want to know, how are you guys making decisions when nobody even knows this stuff? And I want to know, how does grandfathering work? And when will this take place? And I like South Meck. I don't want to leave it. Like I grew up with some of the people that like go around here, and then if you take me to Waddell, then it's gonna be out of my comfort zone, and I don't know nobody from over there. That's it.
All right, it sounds like you had a number of questions there. I would encourage you to email us with those questions, and then we can get you all of your answers. Amanda Mingo, and then Ella Canty.
Superintendent Winston and esteemed board members. In last week's presentation, it was stated that an IB program was not under consideration for Waddell because Harding has an IB program in the blue zone, and putting 2 IB programs in the blue zone would cause one to survive over the other. But the fact is, we currently have 2 IB programs in the blue zone at Harding and at Myers Park. Thus, we know that the blue zone can support 2 IB programs. So the question becomes, why does Myers Park, which has an overcrowding issue, get to keep its private IB program, the only one in the county, when moving this IB program to Waddell would create a magnet program there and solve the overcrowding issues at Myers Park? In addition, moving Myers Park IB to Waddell would not challenge the home to school distance priority more than any other magnet in our county. It would keep intact the school feeding patterns correctly set for all other programs, and it would improve the socioeconomic diversity at Waddell. Finally, it would also provide for full utilization of Waddell and a little space for growth. The Myers Park crowding issue should not be solved at the expense of the thriving South Meck World Language Program, which already serves the blue zone. The challenges of staffing the World Language Magnet at Waddell would make it susceptible to failure. Moving the World Language Program would reduce the class options for all of South Meck students and the World Magnet students, and it would impose hardships on the less affluent families in the blue zone. Members of the board, if you truly care about equity and equality, move IB to Waddell and keep the language magnet at South. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Ella Canty, followed by Honesty McQueen, and then Doug Benson. Ms. Canty? All right, we will move to Honesty McQueen. Ms. McQueen, you are up.
Hi, my name is Honesty McQueen. South Meck. Thank you for letting me speak. I went to Oakland Language Academy in my kindergarten year all the way to 8th grade, and from there on went to South Meck for the magnet program. I felt South Meck was a better option because of all the courses they have to choose from, for example, the AP classes, career pathways, dual enrollment, electives, etc. I feel pulling the magnet program from South Meck to E.E. Waddell is unfair. Would this new school offer the same sports opportunity? Another big question I have is how come North Meck isn't being pulled to E.E. Waddell as well? They have a magnet program. And also, why not implement Myers Park with the magnet program? Why make Myers Park students come to South Meck? If relieving schools of students is the problem, let other high schools have the opportunity to offer the magnet program. It makes no sense to try to relieve South Meck of students, but still move more students from Myers Park to South Meck. Why don't you just bring back the magnet program to Myers Park like it was before? And why isn't Oakland listed for the magnet option? If this started in 2017, why are there still so many questions? Why weren't we notified sooner? There are so many questions that are unanswered. I'm not saying this school wouldn't be a good idea. Maybe it will, but there are so many cons to this plan. But this will offer the same high school experience I've experienced. Will it prepare us the way our schools do now? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Doug Benson, followed by Kate Sappenfield, and then Rona Karakova. Mr. Benson?
Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Winston and CMS board members. My name is Doug Benson. I'm the parent of a rising 11th grader and a rising 9th grader at South Meck who are not part of the language program. I am opposed to the proposal which would move the language program to Waddell. I believe keeping this magnet at South Meck is in the best interest of not only South Meck, but CMS and the community. Under the leadership of Dr. Furr and now Principal Starnes, South Meck has become a shining example of a high school which reflects the rich diversity of our community while providing an environment for students to excel through academics, athletics, and other extracurriculars. I encourage the board to take a look at the demographics and SES breakdown of South Meck. For good or bad, there is probably no better example of equity and opportunity within the CMS system. The relationship between South Meck and the World Language Magnet is symbiotic. It's a great example of mutualism. The students and parents in the Language Magnet benefit from all of the classes, teams, and activities that South Meck has to offer. And South Meck benefits from the great students and highly involved parents that the World Language Magnet brings. If you separate the two, you will simultaneously be jeopardizing the success of the most diverse high school in the district, as well as a highly acclaimed magnet program, with serious questions about the likelihood of continued success of the World Language program at Waddell for many reasons we've heard. I understand the desire to reopen Waddell as a school that attracts students. This can be accomplished by housing two other magnets, such as Cambridge and the STEM magnet program, or perhaps IB. On the issue of relieving overcrowding, I implore you to explore other options. New schools will be reopening, and I think you should even reconsider boundary changes during the next rezoning process. Addressing overcrowding in these ways won't be popular. Your job isn't to secure the most popular or expedient option. Select the best option for the community. At a time when it's critical for CMS to support a diverse and successful high school, which is representative of our community, the World Language Magnet program should absolutely remain at South Meck. I encourage you to save South Meck, not for my children and not for my property values, but for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Kate Sappenfield, followed by Rona Karakova, and then Patsy Berkins.
Hi, my name is Kate Sappenfield, and I'm a rising senior at South-Mecklenburg High School. I take both Spanish and French classes at the AP level, and I'm honored to be able to serve this school as co-president of the National Spanish Honor Society next year. The only reason I'm able to do any of these things is because of the World Language Magnet Program's presence at South-Mecklenburg. I'm not a magnet student, but I can absolutely attest to the benefits it brings to the students like myself who have a passion for foreign language. South Meck is unique in the fact of the array of language classes it offers, including AP courses in 5 different languages, and classes such as sign language or Latin American studies and Spanish. If the World Language Magnet program were to be moved from South Meck, kids like myself, students who are not in the magnet program, would be at risk to lose access to classes like these, fundamental pieces in a student's education. Furthermore, losing the program would also mean losing the amazing magnet program students who push the rest of the school to be better with foreign language. I have learned so much from being in class with them and continue to be amazed with their experience with language and culture over the past 3 years in both Spanish and French class. Being in class with students who have spoken these languages since kindergarten improves the abilities of non-magnet students like myself who have not. And while this proposal won't affect me personally, thinking about my younger brother who loves Spanish just like I do, not being able to experience the full effect of being at South Meck with the magnet program, being in class with the magnet students, having the amazing magnet teachers, and learning about the many diverse cultures that this program brings to our school deeply saddens me. Having the World Language Magnet program being moved from South Meck would mean that South Meck would lose fundamental members of our school family and a uniquely special culture that is formulated because of the magnet program. And the repercussions of this proposal would be disastrous onto every student's education at South Meck. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Karakova, followed by Patsy Berkins, and then Dr. Jason Bolden.
Karakova, followed by Patsy Berkins, and then Dr. Jason Bolden.
Oh, there I am again.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for your time. My name is Rona Karajova. I am the parent of a South Mecklenburg 10th grader. Dr. Jason Bolden. Thank you for having me. Thank you for your time. My name is Rona Karajova. I am the parent of a South Mecklenburg.
You've got an echo, don't you?
Sorry for that delay. I was listening to the Facebook Live in addition to doing this. I am here today to speak and urge you not to move the World Language Program from South Mecklenburg High School to E. Waddell High School. I have a 10th grader in the World Language Magnet Program right now and a 4th grader at Collinswood Language Academy. I'm also a South Meck alum and am proud of the success of South Mecklenburg and the World Language Magnet. I'm requesting that you not relocate the World Language Magnet for multiple reasons. First, it's unfair of CMS and the board to continue to ask that world language students make sacrifices to be able to study and excel in another language. Students who attended dual language programs such as Collinswood Language Academy sacrificed a robust selection of electives, sports, clubs, and extracurricular programs in order to attend a dual language program. And they shouldn't be asked to sacrifice again by giving up a traditional high school experience at a well-regarded, diverse, high-performing high school. Second, it doesn't seem prudent to relocate and change a successful program. As has become apparent during listening sessions organized by CMS for a variety of reasons, you will lose both teachers and students if you move the program to Waddell. Some world language parents say their children will remain at South Meck if the program is moved due to transportation issues and because they want their children to be part of a traditional high school with athletics and robust programs. Thus, the change in the composition of the teachers and students could result in the program being dramatically altered.
Thank you, Ms.
Lastly,
Karajova.
I believe that South Meck is currently one of the most racially and socioeconomically diverse schools in CMS.
Thank you.
It's a success story with a magnet.
Thank you, Ms. Karajova, and please forgive me for mispronouncing your name at first. Okay, now we have Patsy Berkins, then Jason Bolden, and Matthew Pollock.
Good evening. My name is Patsy Berkins, and I am a District 2 resident and parent of a CMS graduate. Let me first commend CMS for the depth of its magnet programs and say I agree that an elementary Montessori program is needed for the West Side. But with rapid gentrification in the area, my fear is that a Lincoln Heights Montessori magnet may turn out to be a majority white school surrounded by schools struggling to compete and populated with majority children of color. That's why I asked the board to consider 3 things. First, direct staff to conduct a true neighborhood overview. The true neighborhood includes Druid Hills, Walter G. Byers, Oak Lawn, not on your map, Lincoln Heights, University Park, Bruns, Irwin, not on your map, and First Ward. When you do the math, that's 8 elementary schools within 5 to 10 minutes of each other. Second, don't let I-77 set school boundaries. Urban planners have been known to chop up neighborhoods because it's easier to draw lines along highways. It's time to revisit transportation and attendance zones that separate these 8 schools. For example, Walter G. Byers is a few blocks from Oaklawn, but in a totally different transportation zone once you cross the I-77 bridge. The same is true for Bruns and Irwin. And finally, third, please nail down the numbers. What are the demographics and capacity of all our neighborhood schools? What's the current demand for magnet programs in struggling schools? What about switching University Park, which is housed in an aging facility, to Lincoln Heights, or at least having a community discussion? And do we need 8 elementary schools within a 3-mile radius? Could one be a middle school, a community resource center, or another talent development school? In summary, I ask that the board slow down and take a big, bold, expansive view rather than moving too fast and compounding neighborhood gentrification and education issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berkins. Okay, then we have Jason Bolden, then Matthew Pollack, then Kevin Kreutzer.
Thank you. This is Jason Bolden. I am a parent of the 2 South Meck high schoolers that have been in the World Language Program since kindergarten. And my concerns are to the proposed changes are not isolated to the World Language Program, but also to the entire educational experience of the student body and the message that it sends from the values of CMS. South Mecklenburg High School, current diversity must not be undervalued. CMS states they strive to provide equitable and diverse culture for the educational experience for students. However, this plan intentionally disrupts the diversity and inclusive balance that South Meck offers. South Meck should be an example to replicate, modeled, not experimented with in hopes that the World Language Program will have some success that will spontaneously occur. On the other hand, Myers Park IB program is antithetical to the mission of South Meck in providing, quote, all students access to a well-rounded, rigorous curriculum. The fact is, the IB program there is closed. All students cannot access it. Thus, offering a similar IB program or talent development program to the Southern students at Waddell would provide this opportunity, which is more equitable. Additionally, it is much more easy to support than a World Language Program based on what was presented earlier. By implementing this plan, you will also be yielding the perpetual sediments of the past that has Charlotte more segregated today than it has been in decades prior. 2018 North Carolina Justice Center study found that CMS was the most segregated district in the state and one of the top 2 segregated economically. Myers Park exemplifies this. Not only is IB program closed, but also the student body is primarily white and of high socioeconomic status. South Meck, by contrast, is the exception to the past and current segregation, and mostly diverse school in the system, and most socioeconomic diverse of the high schools. Thus, the proposed plan threatens this balance, which has proven benefits by producing students that are less prejudiced and students that develop increased cross-racial friendships and enhance their capacity to work with others. Thus, you must reject this proposed plan.
Thank you, Dr. Bolden. Okay, next we have Matthew Pollack, then Kevin Kreutzer, and then Rhonda Walker.
Thank you for your time. I couldn't agree more with what Dr. Bolden said. You are looking for the perfect school. You have it. You already have it. You have it at South Meck. Why would you change that? That of all the things that are going on in today, which we're facing with COVID and inequality, why would you take the one good thing you have and completely throw it out? So I have many talking points. I have many data points. You all know them, and all the other speakers have talked about them. But I think what actually really got to me was hearing 2 students, Miss Yosa and Miss McQueen, speak tonight. And they were speaking to you from their heart. They are CMS, and you are about to disrupt their life. And that's unforgivable. To do this with so little time for the community to really assess this plan is really, I think it's very unfortunate. And finally, I want to add to Ms. Sawyer's comment, I do take great offense to that because I'm not on this Zoom call about my property value. I honestly could care less. I care about my kids. That's it. That's all I care about. And I care about the strong neighborhood feeder pattern. I live in a diverse socioeconomic district that has fed into Myers Park for 40 years. It's not about my property value, Ms. Sawyer. It's about my children. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, now we have Kevin Kreutzer, then Rhonda Walker, and then Sabine McNamara.
Hello again. I'm here to address this board representing the Little Cloud School District to allocate the additional funding CMS BOE from them. 2017 bond widely supported our communities to provide overcrowding relief to Myers Park, South Mecklenburg. Our messaging then centered around building equity for all CMS students, and this is still our commitment. I am a former teacher and graduate of Gadsden High School. By my junior year, I completed all of the high school classes offered. Without adequate means of transportation, performance is not feasible. While other students had access to challenging courses. Students that live in the Sharon and OP communities currently have access to and have prepared for continuation into the Myers Park IB program. By reassigning these communities to South Mecklenburg, they lose the opportunity to challenging programs. Eliminating access to challenging programs was not equitable for me 25 years ago, and this relocation will continue a long-standing problem with equity in our schools. The World Languages program was not successful in Byron as a location. However, moving the program in Belknap becomes success. This kind of success is not simply transferred from one location to another. It presents the World Language program as a whole, and it presents the equity that Belknap has worked so hard to achieve. Benefit of removing a few hundred people not outweigh the detriment this decision has on thousands of kids who will no longer have access to IB or world language options in their high school. A successful program at any school should not be jeopardized to fill seats or relieve overcrowding. We appreciate this motion and thank you for considering a pause to evaluate the Waddell reassignment decision. We elected all of you to create equitable and successful programs in all schools, but do this without endangering access to existing programs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next we have Rhonda Walker.
Thank you so much for having me here tonight. I'd like to thank Ms. Craven Howell. She worked really hard and she got a lot of information to me. I found out about this meeting on Saturday. I found out about this new school on Saturday. And I feel like that the Southeast Elementary School needs to be put on pause. There is not enough parental involvement. My entire neighborhood, which is 300 houses, no one knew about this, not even the meeting. The first meeting took place on March 22nd. I'm not sure with whom. We weren't there. We were not notified. The second meeting was May 4th. No one knew about it. I think there was a meeting with Bain School with some of the teachers maybe, or lunch and learn that took place at Bain. If you look at your work, your information, I'm sorry, I took notes while over the 2 hours I've been here. 5% of Lebanon took the survey, 5% of the entire school. 34% of Bain took the survey. So what does that tell you? We didn't know about it. I'm a part of the Lebanon, Bain, I'm not sure. My children are a little bit older now, but we do have some elementary kids in our neighborhood that are very concerned about this. Let's see, there was another thing that I wanted to bring up about the Dennis mentioned. There was a high school that he just found out today that he was going to have to build a new high school today, right? They're going to do the meeting on June 3rd. That's next Thursday, the first meeting, June 3rd. So how are all of the parents going to know about this stuff? It's important to make sure that your data is correct with the people who are actually going to be affected by these problems. So again, I'm Rhonda Walker. I'm here in Mint Hill, North Carolina. not knowing at all what's going on in my entire community, 300 houses. We have about over 12,000 people that live in Mint Hill, and 5% of the school did the survey. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope and trust that Lebanon Road Elementary got the survey out to their families, but maybe we should double check that.
Yes, if we could just put a pause on the whole thing until we can just make sure that everyone is informed. The boundaries cannot be correct if you don't have all of the information from the parents.
Thank you.
So if we could just put a pause on that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, so next we have Carla Brazel, followed by Evely Reyes, and then Laura Grant.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here as a parent of middle schoolers that potentially will go to the new Olympic Relief High School, and for a change, not Waddell. But I've been listening to all what they're saying, and I think there are great ideas out there. I'd like to say the proposed violet boundary will have kids coming as far as 25 miles away, passing right by Olympic High School, which is 11 miles away from their homes, and Harding's 13 miles. According to research done by California Polytechnic State University and UCLA University, long commutes to school have negative impacts on children's well-being, especially on sleep and exercise. Reducing commutes to school would not only take pressure off our already congested roads, it would provide a big boost to health and wellness of those teens. For this reason, we support the green boundary option. And I also want to bring it up, the Olympic High School was built in 1966, and I'm sure there are a lot of classrooms that are not even appropriate anymore nowadays to be used. So I'm sure the new relief needs to be a relief for Olympic and not for anything else. That's what was approved, for a relief for Olympic. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand we do not have Evely Reyes, so I'm going to go on to Laura Grant and then Nancy De Philippe. So Laura Grant, you are up. Okay, Ms. Grant, are you with us? There
I'm
you
here.
are. Okay,
Can you hear
you're
me?
up. Yes, ma'am, you're up.
Okay, great. Good evening. I want to thank you for putting a pause on the decision to pull the World Language Program from South Meck for the time being. Making a thoughtful, informed decision on what to do with Waddell Magnet Program is incredibly important, especially knowing the additional new schools are on the horizon. High school continuation is imperative for Magnet Program success. The World Language Magnet housed at South Meck is a thriving program integrated into a school that provides sports, arts, clubs, marching band, football games, ROTC, AP classes, and so much more. This program is successful because it is fully integrated into a thriving, diverse high school. The same goes for the IB program at Myers Park. It is not an acceptable solution to ship world language students to Waddell and expect them to find a ride back to their home school after school to join new teams, new clubs, new bands, because they are not offered at Waddell. The unnecessary chain reaction to remove Myers Park students from their home school to backfill South Meck would force many students out of the IB program in the middle of their high school education. This decision was going to be made extremely prematurely. Ripping children from their current schools after a year of COVID is not putting the children's needs first, particularly when there's not a plan in place to accommodate all the IB students left without a home. Even if you grandfather some students, you're likely separating younger siblings from older siblings, which is completely contrary to the point of a neighborhood school. It took CMS a full year to get children back to in-person school. We are asking for the same careful consideration before forcing drastic changes to over 1,000 high school students. We've been given 1 week to respond to a confusing survey that was poorly distributed. This entire process just needs to be slowed down, and I appreciate you doing that tonight. The numbers presented utilize old pre-COVID data And there's students that live a mile within Providence High School that currently attend Myers Park, but then would be shipped over to South Meck. It just doesn't quite make sense. Many will leave the world language program if it's removed from South Meck, and it will only lead to additional overcrowding at the schools you are trying to relieve of overcrowding. Please wait to change until district boundaries and there's more data available, and it needs to be a broader discussion for the 2024 and beyond school years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Nancy DeFilippe and then Catherine Weichel.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to start off by talking about echoing what already has been said about the way data was collected. I live in a neighborhood that we had no idea about the first survey, absolutely nothing. We heard from the grapevine that was going on, and then after that, we mobilized our members. We heavily responded to the second survey, and that's why, Ms. De La Hara, you see the big impact that we made on our community from Wingate responding to the survey. It's due to our mobilization, but it was late. It was only after the first survey, and it was when we attended a town hall meeting from Terry Brown, where Ms. Lenora Shipp was there, and she was the one telling us what was going on. So just echoing what has been already said, the way you're communicating is very difficult for us, for parents to get involved. And what you're seeing here, the squeaking wheels that you're hearing from, are the ones that actually mobilized and talked about it. So in terms of data analysis, we also have problem when you talk about proximity with school. It's not only the physical distance, it's also traffic. Please take into consideration traffic. We have already had a fatality in our zone where a student was waiting dark at night because it was 5 a.m. when she was walking to the bus stop, or a little bit after 5. And a car ran over by her. So it's not only distance, it's also traffic. If we get rezoned to the new Olympic Relief School, we're gonna go with traffic on the way in and on the way out. This is gonna save so much time, and it's gonna make our roads better in our neighborhood, which is already crowded and heavily trafficked. As for the SES, I know that you guys showed that the south area of our neighborhood, Steel Creek, has higher SES, but I also wanna mention that if you were just averaging out numbers, yes, you're gonna have a skewed pattern of the distribution. We know that the few neighborhoods have much more rich people.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Catherine Weichel, then Dan Holden, then Leila Usuri. Oh, and while we're waiting, I just want to thank you, Ms. Shipp, for helping to get the word out, and Mr. Superintendent for doing multiple surveys. That's part of how we get the word out.
Hi, my name is Catherine Weichel. My son is currently at Myers Park High School in the IB program, and my daughter is a rising 8th grader at Carmel. I am here to represent 16 neighborhoods in the Sharon-Carmel zone, and I am also a former CMS teacher. The primary reason given for moving Sharon and Old Providence students to South Meck is to reduce overcrowding at Myers Park. Even with the promised relief school factored in, South Meck would still be at 116% capacity. That is assuming that all of the students in the world language program decide to follow if it is moved to Waddell. 150 of those students live in the South Meck zone, so the number leaving South Meck would likely be much lower. It is not in the best interest of the children at Sharon and Old Providence to rezone them only to send them to a school that is more overcrowded and will continue to be. Another concern I have is the constant upheaval this would create for our children. In 2022, it is being proposed that South Meck lose 725 students and gain about 540. 2 years later, they would lose another 200 to 250 students. If our children are moved from Myers Park to South Meck, their entire high school career would be marred by instability. Furthermore, the student reassignment process requires that at least 2 scenarios be presented for community feedback. But all of the scenarios presented to date include rezoning Sharon and Old Providence and moving world languages. Those are precisely the portions of the plan that relate to our children and not merely numbers on a spreadsheet. Those are the issues where we would like input and alternatives. This comes to my 4 suggestions. Keep the Sharon Carmel and Old Providence Carmel students at Myers Park. Keep the World Languages program at South Meck. Open 2 magnets at Waddell, selecting from STEM, Cambridge, and perhaps looking into a middle colleges program as an option. When the relief schools open, then use that opportunity to discuss any rezoning to minimize the transition of students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Holden and then Ms. Ussery.
Superintendent Winston, the CMS board, thank you for allowing us to talk about the future of our children and the rezoning of these multiple schools. It looks like the board, from all the discussion, seems like they have an open mind and understand why so many people are concerned about the quick turnaround and why we can't figure out why it's all happening so quickly. We appreciate the you guys postponing this vote, and we hope that more information is given. I have daughters that go to Myers Park, and I'm especially concerned about the mental stability. I have a freshman there that would basically go to school, hasn't been there, would go 1 year and then get dispersed again, with the possibility of getting dispersed again when another school gets online. So, and then with 2 younger siblings in the middle school, having them in separate schools where my wife and I both work, so getting them to and from school would be a difficult task. So the mental health part with these children is my biggest concern with all that's been going on. I just don't think it's the right time, and I think that's what everyone is kind of saying at this point. And we know we have don't have the data yet, so we hope that we get some data and understand where we're going with it. We're getting ready to do that massive overhaul of the high school assignments with the South Charlotte school in 23, 24. And, like I said, disruptive of the past year, it's just not time. I hope you can take that into consideration when deciding this and come up with what your overall plan is for this whole rapid change. Why do this streamline? Let's sit back, figure out the facts, and we'll go that route. So this is not a swing school like was talked about before, where they go there and then get moved on. So it's our jobs as parents to ensure the best of our abilities that our children receive solid, stable education. And that's basically your job too, to help us get to that point. And we just don't understand. So an explanation of how this upheaval benefits our children, not only academically, but socially, that would be helpful. But we appreciate your time, and we look forward to getting this straight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Ms. Ussery, if she is here, I understand she might not be. And so then LeBron Thompson Sr., followed by Greg Asciuto.
Yes, I want to thank you for letting me speak to you tonight. I am a proud parent of a Sabre. My son is a rising 11th grader. He's participating in the Japanese program there, and he's also very active in the music scene there and enjoys the strong AP curriculum that's there at South Meck. And the brief thing that I want to mention is that I would strongly encourage not moving the World Language Magnet to Waddell. It's doing a great job at South Meck. It's a very strong program, and I would love to see that continue. I have another student who's a 6th grader. He's moving on to the Sale School, the recently built school over there, still in the Japanese program there as well. And we really, really enjoy the very strong programming that's there at South Meck, the diversity of the student body, the amazing amount of curriculum that's offered there is just amazing. My concern would be that moving the whole language program to a different school, that we'll see those gaps in having teachers that need to be hired on for that. We've noticed that over the years in the lower programs, in the K through 8 programs, whenever there's a teacher shortage, scrambling to try to find a teacher is a very hard thing. We know that there's not the support there for sponsoring visas like there used to be. So that would be a concern. So I would be very concerned about the quality of the program that would be there, that it would have to be kind of like built over time again. And I really would not like to see that. I'm not sure what the specifics would be if they're able to take the teachers and just transplant them to another school like that. I don't know. But my suspicion would be that you'd have to build another solid program. And I would not like to see that. So my vote, if I was a board member, would be keep the World Language Magnet where it's at right now. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, Greg Asciuto, and then...
Hi, good evening all. My name is Greg Asciuto, and I'm an East Charlotte resident and teacher speaking tonight regarding the potential full language magnet at Waddell. Simply put, even if tabled until next year, that proposal is extremely disheartening. As Ms. Sawyer mentioned earlier this evening, East Charlotte has been advocating for a world language magnet since well before the last student assignment review in 2016. We believe that a partial language magnet here now would help relieve overcrowding at South Meck, allow that school to retain its current program, and give Eastside families the course offerings they've long pined for and deserved. We do have the demand for language programs. East Charlotte sent roughly 120 students to South Meck this year, 100 to Waddell, 75 to Collinswood. And for many of those students, the commutes are unbearable. We have students living in our far east neighborhoods who get home often 2 hours after dismissal. We believe that our community in East Charlotte has the space for another partial magnet as well. Factoring in accessory buildings, we have 2 high schools utilized at less than 90% capacity, Rocky River and Garinger. And at Garinger, students from 40 different countries speak 35 languages. Languages, their superpower, but many of them can't navigate the magnet application either due to the age of enrollment or lack of information regarding the process itself. They also can't afford the time cost of spending hours each day in transit to get the same course offerings as their South Side peers. Again, simply put, there's just fear in our community that should a full high school language magnet be placed at Waddell, it will preclude East Charlotte from getting a program of its own in the future. Well, I've heard that wouldn't necessarily be the case. Historically, once decisions like these are put in motion, the needs of our Eastside families and students have been buried. In short, Eastside families deserve expansive language options in East Charlotte. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand we do have Leela Usuri with us. So let's go to her, and then we will go to Grant Holsworth.
Hi, I'm Layla Usri. I'm currently a 10th grader at South-Mecklenburg High School. I attended Collinswood Language Academy, and I am now at the World Language Magnet program at South Meck. I'm asked to speak tonight to urge you not to move the World Language Magnet program to from South Meck to E.E. Waddell High School. My understanding is that you're considering moving the magnet program in the year 2022-2033. That would be my senior year, and that would affect me directly. I want to graduate from South Meck World Language Magnet, and I don't want to be forced to move to a new high school in my senior year. I would also like to speak for the other students like my brother who are still at Collinswood and who want like a traditional high school experience. Collinswood students sacrificed a lot to go to a dual language school. We did not have many electives in middle school athletics. We didn't have many clubs or extracurricular activities like traditional middle schools did. Attending a high school like South Meck gives us the opportunity to participate in athletics, lots of electives, AP classes, clubs, and meet a lot of people so that we aren't with the same people from kindergarten through high school. It is not fair to ask Collinswood kids and other dual language magnet students to sacrifice a traditional high school experience again in high school. Please don't move the World Language Magnet program from South Meck to Waddell. Please let it remain at South Meck. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Holsworth, and then Jonas Tannenbaum.
Okay, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you perfectly.
All right, sorry, I was on mute. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Other speakers before me have covered most of the points that I wanted to make regarding the South Meck Waddell move, so I won't repeat those points. Ms. Walker, her statement really concerns me because she stated none of the people in her community of 300 homes knew about the hearing. Well, neither did my community or others on the call, and that's a serious issue. So I'll touch on a little bit different aspect of this, which is a strategic approach. There's been continued sustained phenomenal growth of the Charlotte area for the last 40 years. We all know that. There's demands for student learning space that hopefully will be addressed by the new Charlotte school, South Charlotte school that's scheduled to open in 2024. But that's to relieve the current overcrowding. That won't relieve the overcrowding for very long, given our continued growth, and I'll get into that in a second. There must be plans for additional schools after that. This growth won't stop. This region of the country has been growing for over 40 years. I've lived in Charlotte since 1979, and back then, Charlotte had only 345,000 people. Today, it's 2.1 million. By 2030, they expect it to be 2.5 million. If there's one thing that I've witnessed since 1979 is a lack of foresight back then to make plans for the future growth got us here today. That lack of strategic planning forced us to build trailers at our schools and revealed woefully inadequate infrastructure. Ineffective and non-strategic planning and execution 40 years ago hurt, and it's part of the reason where we are today. Let's not make that same mistake now. Redistricting now and in this manner doesn't appear that it will solve the problem that it's supposed to fix. Let's step back, take a look at the situation strategically, and this current plan doesn't seem to be a logical thing to do, considering all the churn it will cause. I agree with everybody else. Let's step back, reassess, look at it strategically, figure out the best thing to do for everybody, and then make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tannenbaum, and then Ms. Toro, and then Ms. Wiesman.
Good evening. My name is Jonas Tannenbaum. I'm a resident of the Hunt Cliff neighborhood, which is part of the proposed redistricting from Myers Park to South Meg High School. Before I make any further comment about why I feel the proposed redistricting is rushed and unjustified decision, let me first preface with the following. In any situation where change is proposed, the natural human instinct is to ask why and how does that affect me? And certainly none of us would be having this dialogue tonight if that reasonable question wasn't being posed. But after speaking to others within the community, I truly believe that there's sincere expression of views based on what is best for all and not just with selfish motives. I've tried quickly to get up to speed since first learning about the proposed redistricting less than a week ago, and I can only conclude that the decisions, while motivated by real-world problems, are myopic and foretell requirement for future additional changes upon these changes in order to unravel unintended new problems and causing disruption to families and students and teachers, even environmental collateral damage along the way. I'm disappointed in the way that the information related to these changes has been disseminated. Despite evidence of many community engagement polling on earlier presentations tonight, there was inadequate solicitation for a voice, no bulletin, no recruitment for involvement or public hearings. Maybe they did take place with ineffective exposure, as is customarily expected for municipalities that are pondering such weighty decisions. Further, Myers Park High School has an IB program which South Meck at this time does not offer. We specifically sought this program, and it has positioned my rising senior for consideration at prestigious universities as a result. My two Carmel middle schoolers are next in line to take advantage of this program. Beyond the IB program, though, Myers Park would have to sacrifice. There's simple geographical issues to consider in that South Meck is 50% farther away from my current home. My understanding is that the key issue driving the need for action is overpopulation of our high schools, and that, as Grant said prior, is likely to increase. However, there has been—
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Diana Toro, and then Cindy Wiesman, and then Leanne Cumby.
Good evening. My name is Diana Toro, and I am currently a teacher at South Mecklenburg High School. Tonight, I will read a letter from Dr. Robert Sandrock from one of our most important higher education partners. Dear board members, first let me take a moment to commend your county's leadership in the teaching of world languages throughout your elementary, middle, and high schools. As someone who has worked in higher education for 25 years, I have had the privilege of working with many of your alumni who have studied world languages. I would say that your world languages program is a leader in the state of North Carolina, throughout the Southeast, and probably the nation. Over the last 8 or so years, many graduates from South Mecklenburg High School were admitted into an intensive language-based program that allows students to spend 2 years abroad, taking courses and completing a 6-month internship in a second language. The outstanding language program at South Mecklenburg High School has led to their success in completing this dual degree and dual language program. With continued growth in population, I am sure the need for more schools requires some strategic planning and decision. As I understand it, you are considering moving the World Languages Magnet program out of South Meck. While I cannot speak to the strategic planning you are considering, I do want to share my support of the program as its current location and urge you not to move it. The school's leadership and faculty have done an outstanding job creating a program that attracts students who are eager to learn a new language and to build a career from this acquired language knowledge. My fear is that by moving the Magnet program, you will create a void in education language knowledge. My fear is that by moving the Magnet program, you will create a void in education for the high caliber students I have had the privilege of working with over the years. If you redirect resources, it is likely that the South Mecklenburg High School World Languages Department will start a contract and students will not have access to the quality education currently offered. In addition, the building process of a world-class language program that currently exists at South Mecklenburg High School will take years to obtain at the new school. I admire the commitment of Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District has made over the years, and I look forward to seeing this commitment expand to broaden, not shrink, the opportunities available to your students. Sincerely,
Thank you very much.
Robert Sandrock.
Thank
I
you.
will send you a copy.
Okay, thank you. I know it's hard for everyone to get this into 2 minutes. I hate cutting people off. Okay, Cindy Weisman, and then Leanne Coombe, and then Mary Isaacs.
Hi, my name is Cindy Weisman. I'm the parent of a rising Myers Park sophomore and a rising 8th grader at Carmel Middle School. I'm urging you to reconsider the rezoning of these students into South Meck. My daughter is a rising sophomore at the IB program. She's worked extremely hard during this pandemic to maintain academic excellence and work above and beyond to ensure that she has a deep understanding of her materials. She has worked hard to build a community, even in the short time that she has been in person. She feels very connected to the students. The IB program is really an ideal choice for her. She this is the first time that she's really ever been academically challenged. And even if we were to somehow be able to grandfather the juniors, she would be a junior at the time that these changes would make place. My other daughter, who is a rising 8th grader, certainly wouldn't be given those opportunities. So then we would end up with 2 students at 2 different programs on the same schedule, making transportation impossible. The only other real option is at Harding, which would potentially add hours each way to commute to that program if she were to stay in the IB program. In addition, the survey that was put out was incredibly confusing. There were no real options that fit into what my family and I really wanted. If there is an option at Waddell of developing an IB program, we're very much interested in that. Otherwise, we don't know where we will end up. We're just very concerned about the logistical issues that'll happen within here, and this information has been disseminated in a very odd fashion. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next we have Leanne Coombe, then Mary Isaacs, and then Adrienne Johnson.
Hi, good evening. My name is Leanne Coombe.
I'm a resident and member of Chapel Cove's Homeowners Association, and I'm also president of the Chapel Cove Board of Directors. I do appreciate your time this evening and the opportunity to address the school board on behalf of the 590 families that reside in the Chapel Cove community this evening. Chapel Cove residents were instrumental and campaigned heavily for bringing the new school to our area. The residents were caught off guard by the proposal being changed for the Olympic High School relief zoning plan. A couple of things. Bottom line is parents make decisions based on what they feel is best for their children. Many of the residents have shared that they made substantial financial decisions based on purchasing homes in Chapel Cove, given the original school zoning plan released, which indicated that Chapel Cove would be slated for the new Olympic Relief High School. Our neighborhood, we also understand that there's going to be a greenway that's going to connect our area to the new school, and we're all about being green. So Chapel Cove community would overwhelmingly agree with the presented scenario that the students' proximity and distance being the largest influence factor, emphasizing being placed on minimizing travel time for students, giving proximity to the new Olympic Relief High School to our community. The traffic congestion and growth within the Steel Creek area is becoming more and more diverse. We have a lot of growth, and I would encourage the board to please make sure that you look into all of the upcoming townhomes and apartments that are going in our area. Chapel Cove community would respectfully request that the school board vote to maintain the original zoning for the new Olympic High School relief to remain originally as zoned, which is the proposed new green scenario.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Mary Isaacs, then Adrienne Johnson, and then Carolyn Hurley.
Hi, good evening. The 2017 bond listed using the Waddell High School building in order to add new seats, not as a relief high school. By moving the magnet from South Meck to Waddell, new seats will not be added, just shuffled around. This shuffle will not create new world language magnet opportunities. There are currently 20 language teachers at South Meck. 17 of those teachers are allotted through the CMS staffing allotment for South Meck High School. Most of these teachers would need to be retained at South Meck to cover the language classes for non-magnet students. So staffing at Waddell would require hiring mostly all new language teachers. Those in the World Language Program know it is extremely difficult to find qualified native-speaking language teachers in Charlotte that meet all the teaching requirements. There is already a hardship trying to staff the new K-8 North School, Sale, Collinswood, and the other language magnet programs offered within CMS. CMS also has limitations for paying for visas, which creates another hurdle in recruiting these teachers to our school. CMS has achievement gaps within its schools. In order to close achievement gaps, you need to look at offerings at schools and examine whether all types of students have equal access to these programs. The World Language Magnet helps close the achievement gap disparity at South Meck. One of your many goals is to create socioeconomic diversity within its schools. Your $56 million answer is offering open partial magnets at neighborhood schools as well as a way to meet that goal. Moving this beloved magnet out of South Meck to create space for 530 students from Myers Park will alleviate the overcrowding issues at Myers Park, which, by the way, is comprised of 61% high socioeconomic status. However, it does not alleviate the overcrowding issues at South Meck, which is about 25% high socioeconomic status, and it will bring zero SES diversity to Myers Park. We are asking that the board pause and take time to come up with real solutions that help our community, help close achievement gaps, and help the board keep their promises made in the 2017 bond and create more SES diversity within all of our schools. Also, there are two people, Megan Oakley and Sabine McNamara, that were skipped over. You called their name, but they were never turned on, just to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand there have been a few folks who were not logged on when we called their names, and we're coming back to them at the end.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. So next we have Adrienne Johnson, and then Carolyn Hurley, and then Shay Prosser.
Carolyn is not present.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening. I also would like to speak in regard to the proposed movement of the World Languages Magnet from South Meck to Waddell High School. And as has already been overwhelmingly stated here, I too ask that the World Language Magnet not be uprooted from its home at South Meck. Our family has a rising 11th grader and a rising 9th grader at South Meck. We live in the AK attendance zone and choose to attend South Meck for the World Language program. I am currently teaching at South Meck, and I'm also a member of the Bond Oversight Committee. Over the past month, CMS has informed the community that there are two pressing needs facing its schools. One, how to relieve overcrowding at Myers Park High School, and two, how to start the new Waddell High School. In regards to Myers Park, let the 2017 bond do its work. It was presented and voted on by the public as a relief to AK, South Meck, and Myers Park. The attendance zones of all three schools are well coordinated with the now purchased property on 485 in Johnston. Rezoning is not an easy issue to address, and it will certainly be a daunting task going forward for the board and for the CMS staff. However, I'm thankful that the public has allowed for the purchase of for the money to be allowed for the building of new schools to help guide this process. For the World Language Magnet, this program, the current program that you are looking to pick up from South Meck and move, it doesn't exist separately from South Meck. Trying to separate the two, to leave the school behind and expect that this program that has grown and developed over the years to flourish in just the same way, but in a different location, it's a very short-sighted solution. A magnet is not a tool to balance attendance. Rather, it is a choice given to families, and from that, then diversity in attendance is achieved. The choice is first, and then the attendance. The CMS core values of diversity, innovation, excellence, instruction, and partnership exactly describe the relationship between South Meck as a school and its World Language Magnet. Taking a quote from your website on your CMS school choice site,
Thank you.
we leverage partnerships to meet families and schools where they are so that
Thank
we
you,
can
Ms.
all
Johnson.
flourish.
Thank you. I hate cutting people off. Okay, Shay, let's see, I guess we do not have Carolyn Hurley, so Shay Prosser, please.
Thank you all for your time, and I appreciate your thoughtful consideration, board and superintendent, well into the evening. I will hopefully be brief. I'm a mother of two children, a 4th and a 7th grader in the Old Providence, Carmel, and currently Myers Park and potentially South Mecklenburg district. My concern is not necessarily that we eventually be rezoned. We know there's overcrowded, and growth that's happening. My concern is the way at which it's been done, and I would urge you, as several board members have said, to exercise patience and thoughtfulness around the next plan. Moving OP kids to South still leaves us in an overcrowded school, which in the long run is going to create more problems. I urge you that you take the time to create one plan around the new relief schools that will make changes all at once, that are well thought out and well communicated. The communication around this move has been less than stellar. I received both Old Providence and Carmel information, and it was not clear what was happening. It really was framed around Waddell, which is not something that triggered most people to think that there was an issue that was happening that was really going to make changes for them. So I'd like for it to be more thoughtfully communicated, and one large move, also considering non-COVID attendance numbers. So if you could take that extra year that some board members have suggested and wait for these other schools to be built or to be completely planned and then do rezoning, I would really appreciate that. So that is the last thing I've got to say, and I would thank you again for your service, and hope you go on to listen to others.
Thank you. We are still listening. So next we have, I believe Scott Salam had canceled, so then we have Holly Norton and then Casey Baum.
My apologies, was on mute. First, I want to say that I appreciate and agree with the comments made by Rhonda Clark Cheek this evening. I would add that the survey provided was primarily about Waddell and magnet programs. There were not adequate questions to voice concerns about reassignment. You couldn't leave questions blank, so you gained bad data on magnet preferences from parents that really just wanted to give feedback on reassignment. I urge you to wait and get an accurate pulse on the post-COVID reality of our schools before subjecting our children to yet another disruption and significant change. Now is not the time, and this is not the way to make school assignment changes. Find out how many kids are actually coming back to CMS. Consider the implications of the out in Valentine. Gather much needed data to support your decisions. Wait and rebuild trust with families in our community. Let's begin with common ground. Your feeder pattern goals, great goals. It is ideal for students to go to schools close to home. Diversity matters. Programs like IB and World Languages enrich our schools. It is best not to uproot students during high school. Overcrowded schools is not ideal. Reassigning schools will be necessary, and you will always have angry parents. But we could work together to find better solutions to our problems. Don't just give inadequate surveys and 2 minutes of feedback on your proposed solutions. Invite us into the problem-solving process. Consider creating a council of parents to collaborate with you on the issues of reassignment. This would help you better community input and support, like high school boundary changes over several years so students don't have their high school years disrupted. And since growth will only continue, we must think about capacity and long-term solutions. Perhaps consider long-term offering schoolers the option of asynchronous learning 1 day a week. And could that be done in a rotation such that it creates substantive and lasting relief to overcrowded schools? It might even help our budget. These ideas may not be the solution, but collaboration definitely is. Parents don't want to complain. We want to help solve our problem.
Thank you. Okay, we have Casey Baum next, but I understand she's not here. So I'm going to go to Cindy Lockwood and then Jennifer Wistoff. And just know that if you had a hard time getting in, but you're with us now, I have a whole list of people that I'm coming back to at the end. So we will hang for you if you'll hang for us. So Cindy Lockwood.
Hi. Yes, my name is Cindy Lockwood, and I'm speaking tonight because I'm very disappointed in the potential rezoning that may occur for high school for certain Sharon and Old Providence elementary students. My daughter attends Myers Park High School and loves the IB program there. If the World Languages program is moved to South Meck, from South Meck to Waddell, then my daughter will be rezoned to South Meck, where there is no IB program. If she wants to continue in IB, she will have to apply to go to either East Meck or another IB program, which is twice as far away and has a waiting list potentially for IB. This is unacceptable to me. After a turbulent COVID year, the board should not be considering making any zoning changes for the sake of the kids' mental health, their social interactions, and stability in their high school careers. Also, we're already planning to open the new South Charlotte High School in 2024, which I'll discuss tonight, and that could cause us to be rezoned again. If that happens, then my daughter could potentially be required to attend 3 different schools in 4 years, which is absurd to me. This decision to move the World Language program to South Meck and potentially rezone Sharon and Old Providence schools seems very short-sighted, very last minute, and not well thought out. I only heard about the potential change less than a week before the May 18th Zoom meeting, and now I find out the decision is going to be made in June or July. And since there are already plans to rezone more students once this new high school is built, I feel very strongly that all of those changes should occur at one time and not one small group at a time, just to be all discussed tonight. It should be a holistic approach. Some families, like mine, have multiple children at different ages, and we might make a different decision as if we knew the future 5 years and what our children's school options would be. We might choose to move into a different school zone, buy a house in a different school zone. So the fact that we just learned about this potential rezoning in the last week is not acceptable timing for families to plan for the future and to have quality input in the decision-making process. I know the bonds were approved to renovate Waddell and it needs to be utilized, but please don't rezone kids just because of that. If the newly renovated Waddell can provide an opportunity for new magnet programs, that's awesome. And I respectfully ask that the board please leave the Sharon and Old Providence school alone. Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer Wistoff, then Sharmark Megan.
Thank you. The World Language Program is one of the most successful magnet programs within Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. It houses a unique, diverse group of students from across the district. culturally diverse, and also socioeconomically diverse. This aligns with CMS core values for all schools. CMS is proud of this program as evidenced by the number of international visitors that are toured through their current Waddell K-8 program during the typical school year. Beginning in the 2021 school year, the current K-8 program at Waddell will be divided, renamed, and relocated. A robust, successful program is going to be split into two programs. As of right now, there are not enough native speaking language teachers hired to successfully support this split. This decision has already been made. New schools are built, and the program will be divided and renamed at the K-8 level. Now, the proposed plan is to take this successful, diverse world language program at the high school level and again, not only divide it from its current high school program, but relocate it and rename it and water it down by placing it within a building with another one or ridiculously two other magnet programs. Why? To maintain the lack of diversity at one neighborhood high school and reduce the diversity at another neighborhood high school. I am struggling to find the equity or even the misplaced logic in this decision. If this board continues to divide, separate, and rename and move the world language program, there will be no program left. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Nadia Bolden, followed by, or actually, we had Ms. Megan, but I understand that she is no longer with us. So Nadia Bolden and then Robert O'Neill.
Mr. O'Neill has left as well, Madam Chair.
You said Ms. Bolden has left as well? Okay.
No, Mr. O'Neill. Yeah.
Oh, Robert O'Neill is left as
Yes.
well. But we do have Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, good evening. I'm Nadia Bolden. I am a rising sophomore at South Mecklenburg High School, and I strongly oppose moving the World Language Program from South Meck. A key factor in the success of the World Language Program is that it's already a part of a well-established high school. I was the first kindergarten class to attend Waddell in the French program. I was there for 9 years, and it was a great school, but I was finally so excited to attend a new school. I've been attending South Meck for a year now, and I've had so much fun playing sports and joining clubs such as French Honor Society, Young Life, basketball, track, and even winning conference for soccer. I'm also looking forward to taking AP French, French 6, and French 7 in my junior and senior year here. I just hope that you will not take away this wonderful existing high school experience and opportunity that me and my friends have looked so forward to. I think our high school is perfectly fine and should not be changed. We are a successful school with so much diversity and culture, and I don't see why this has to change. I couldn't imagine being in any other environment than that of South Meck High School. We should be the example and not the experiment. And I'll say it in French. Nous devrons être l'exemple et pas l'expérience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So Robert O'Neill is not here, so let's do Saunders Smith and then Tracy Ellsworth.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you all for sticking with us during this. I'm Saunders Smith, a 1997 IB diploma graduate of Myers Park. My husband was also in the International Baccalaureate program, but graduated a year early to go ahead and do a study abroad overseas, which led him to becoming a Foreign Service officer with the U.S. Department of State. As such, my family has been traveling the world to support the goals of our country. I recently moved back to Charlotte with our 3 children while he is stationed overseas in Kenya. At the time we moved back, we were excited to gain the ability to come back to an IB, an International Baccalaureate program, as this is what our children are regularly in when we are stationed overseas. We purchased our house with the option of having the IB program at Myers Park rather than having to wait to lottery into a program, since our moves generally mean that we are not actually in the school district during the time that the lotteries are open. With this background, it should be clear that we're shocked at the current proposed restructuring. The changes that are being proposed to relieve the overcrowding are being made at the detriment of another overcrowded school, so they're not even addressing what we have been told the issue would be. There are 2 other main points that have not yet been brought up tonight. Right now, the school board has delayed the election of school board members until such a time as the census can be finalized and final data for their districts be determined. Changing school assignment lines while not yet having this updated data is even more detrimental. If the lack of data is important enough to delay the elections, then it's surely important enough to postpone redistricting. I'd also like to echo some of my previous speakers about asking children to drive additional distances for their high school. We do know that many of them will be commuting on their own. Others will require their parents to drive them back and forth. The proposed change moves the students who are currently in the Sharon, Carmel, Myers Park chain to a situation where they are going to be driving further at very early hours of the morning and again late at night after sporting events and other additional after-school activities. This is against the 2040 plan that is currently being promoted by the City Council, as it does add to the environmental impact and the additional transportation load that is necessary. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Tracy Ellsworth, then Dana Stein, and then Bill Hellman.
Hi, I'm Greta Ellsworth, so I'm Tracy Ellsworth's daughter. I'm a rising senior in the French immersion program at South Meck. I went to Smith until second grade whenever Smith was moved to Waddell, and I stayed there until high school. I'm so grateful that I had the opportunity to continue my education in the French language throughout high school in a way that I know no other schools really provide. My classmates and I were able to continue enriching our French fluency while also being offered a wide variety of other classes for our schedule. For example, I know South Meck offers over 20 APs, many of which my French classmates and I have taken advantage of. The continuation of my French language has not only influenced my life in terms of efficiency and knowledge, but also it's really influenced what I'd like to pursue in my future. And I just can't believe there's a possibility that this opportunity will be taken from South Meck and taken somewhere in which success, it's not very likely, realistically, in terms of staffing and student count. I know that speaking for the entirety of South Meck immersion students, the immersion program works wonderfully. The French teachers, Madame Crin, Madame Young, Madame Morel, and Madame Gerges, they're all wonderful teachers. I just don't think there should be efforts taken to fix what is broken. What is not broken, sorry. Having two younger sisters at Waddell in the French immersion, it breaks my heart that they might have to choose between language, which is such a large part of their life, and a new social experience that they might want, or a large variety of classes to choose from. And in summary, I really don't think students should have to choose. I find my perspective to be a reliable representation of the student view, so I hope it helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Dana Stein and then Bill Hellman, if he's with us. I think he may not be with us, but Dana Stein, I believe, is.
Hi, I'm Dana. I've got 3 boys. 2 of them are still at Waddell Language Academy in 5th and 7th grade. I would ask you to delay and not move at all the language program from South Meck. Waddell is such an amazing program. Sale will be good too, but I worry because of the middle school at Waddell, we've had a traditional middle school experience. Next year, they will move into the Sale building. And as Jennifer Wistoff said, it's a big change. It's going to be a huge change. The middle school experience will not be the same. And I fear we're going to lose a lot of students because of that. And then to know that they may not have the same traditional high school experience, at least for these years. 2 changes like this simultaneously might just kill the program. We worried about that when we were moving to the New Nations Ford Sale program. I have my rising 6th grader wants to pull out of the program so he can play baseball and go to clubs. It's just been an amazing program, and we will continue on if it's at South Meck, but unfortunately, if it goes to Waddell, I don't know if we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have Dr. Claudius Raphael and then Johanna Rames. Dr. Raphael? Dr. Raphael, I see your square, so it looks like you need to unmute and turn on your camera, and we're ready for you. All right, we'll come back to you. It looks like Johanna Rames, and I'm probably pronouncing your name wrong, but why don't you go ahead, and then we'll come back to Dr. Raphael.
Hi there. Good evening. I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I just want to probably echo what you've heard from a lot of parents. I'm a CMS parent. I have 2 students in the World Language Program. My one son will be a rising senior next year, and my other son, unfortunately, is that one that's in question right now because he's an 8th grader at Waddell, and he will be entering into the World Language Program as of right now next year. Unfortunately, I'm not on board with him having to change schools. I know you have heard this. The language program is an inclusive program, and it works very well in the elementary, all-inclusive. But as they get up in the upper years, like high school, they need extracurricular, they need other classes to fill their schedule. And you have heard from students all the opportunities and the diversity of classes that South Meck has to offer. South Meck has taken a lot of time to develop that program and all their other classes, and that's what has made the World Language Program flourish at South Mecklenburg. So if it does move, we unfortunately will leave the program. And I do want to go back to one comment I kept hearing the board members speak about how Waddell has been an underutilized school for so long. I have to respectfully disagree. When you closed that high school and you moved that language program over to that building, it was fully utilized. That program flourished at Waddell for 10 years. But I do understand that you need high school seats. But the language program, as it moves up, once again, to the high school level, it's not an all-inclusive program. The kids will follow that world language curriculum, but they need those diverse classes to add to their curriculum and make them a well-rounded CMS student that has been coming out for years now. So I appreciate you considering this, and I say do not go forward with this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have Dr. Raphael now?
Morning.
Wonderful, you are up.
Okay. Good evening. I live in the Visage community off of True Light Church Road in Mint Hill, North Carolina. I am sandwiched between the Niblock homes, a quarter mile, 1/4 block from the Visage, and on the left, the Ardell's single-family home. On CMS's new proposed map or drawing, they exclude the Visage community, which means that students in this Visage community will not be able to attend the new proposed elementary school, and neither would they be able to attend the main school. I was going to ask what is the justification for excluding the Visage community from your drawings, from your map drawings. But I'd like to ask now that you would revisit that and include the students from this community in your proposals. because this is also an up and coming sort of expensive community as well. It was mainly a working class community, but now we have the increases in the homes, and a lot of people are moving in here from New York, and they would like to be able to send their children closer to where they live. So thank you very much, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Tia Shepherd, and then I'm coming back to the folks who weren't here when we had called their names. So it's Tia Shepherd, then Sabine McNamara, then Kevin Kreutzer, who had audio trouble, then Megan Oakley, and then Charlie Pedroli. And then we're done. So Tia Shepherd.
Thank you for allowing me to speak up. I'm Tia, a rising 10th grader at South Meck. I want to offer my perspective as a student who wants the language program to remain at South Meck. Most students in the language program at South Meck are minorities from various groups. Taking them out to place them in schools where the neighborhoods are economically more disadvantaged is moving backwards, in my opinion, moving backwards from everything Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. fought for. A publication in Race and Social Problems stated that any time you take students with disadvantages and concentrate them in racially and economically homogeneous schools, we are further depressing it and ultimately adding an additional barrier to achievement for these kids. Not to mention the big loss of value diversity that it would imply. Some people specifically look for diversity in school programs. On behalf of all the minorities like me who are working hard at South Meck to secure great college or even scholarships, the loss of the many AP opportunities that South Meck has to offer would be devastating to my academic goals. As a minority, I've already experienced what it's like to be judged and treated differently because of the color of my skin and my hair, and not what's inside my brain. Many of my peers who are also minorities are also familiar with this disadvantage. So why take away those opportunities that would help us prove ourselves and advance professionally? Waddell offers track, soccer, baseball, softball, volleyball, cheerleading, football, basketball, and golf. South Meck has all of those plus more. School sports are cheaper, and outside of school sports are way more expensive. For example, swim team outside of school, a membership is $800 as a standard initiation fee, with annual dues at $500 at the Rama Swim Club. In the aquatic team of Mecklenburg, the pre-team before even joining competition is $225 per session, with an additional $80 fee to join the competitive team. Compare that to a one-time participation fee of $125 at the school, which all high school students have to pay for CMS policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Sabine McNamara and then Kevin Kreutzer.
Hello, I'm a parent to 3 children in the language magnet, and I'm sadly one of the many parents who would not continue on the language magnet path if it were to leave South Meck and move to Waddell. I attended all 3 Zooms, and after hearing parent after parent in the breakout rooms saying they would also leave the magnet if it moved, that got me thinking, so a survey was created. This survey was sent out to parents of all 7th and 8th graders at Waddell Language Academy, as well as some Collieswood language families. It's important I point these 2 schools out because ultimately these are the students who will be the most affected by this change. And here are the results. 78% of families from both language academies voted to keep the World Language Magnet at South Meck High School. 75% of the 8th graders surveyed will be continuing with the language magnet at South Meck in the fall. And of these students, only 27 indicated they would go to Waddell if the magnet were to move within their 10th grade year. So based on these percentages, out of the 260 South Meck Magnet students in the class of 2025, only 70 would continue on to Waddell High School in the 10th grade. The results are similar with the 7th grade families. Only 23% of them would go on to Waddell High School for the 9th grade, which equates to 60 students. So Waddell High School would open with only 130 language students total. CMS is banking on having 850 language magnet students to fill the 1775 empty seats at Waddell. That is very generous. CMS is expecting to just lift the magnet in its entirety and drop it into Waddell with all of its students and language teachers, and that's just not reality. Based on our survey results taken from the actual families that would be sending their children to the language magnet, you would be pushing it to expect even 300 students for the entire language magnet. Hopefully this decision isn't final and the CMS nail hasn't already been put into the language magnet coffin, and you will vote to keep the world language magnet at South Mecklenburg High School. Thank you.
Okay. Kevin Kreutzer, if you want to try it again. I know you had audio.
Can you confirm that I have audio and you can hear me this time?
I think we hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you for the opportunity to read this. I previously addressed the board representing the Old Providence community. We met with county commissioners to advocate for the additional funding CMS needed for land. The 2017 bond was widely supported in our communities to provide overcrowding relief to Myers Park, South Beck, and Audrey Kelly. Our messaging then was centered around building equity for all CMS students, and this is still our concern. I am a former teacher and a graduate of Garinger High School. On my junior year, I completed all of the highest level classes offered on campus. Without adequate means of transportation, enrollment at CPCC was not feasible, while other CMS students had access to challenging courses. Students that live in the Sharon and OP communities currently have access to and have prepared for continuation into the Myers Park IB program. By reassigning these communities to South Neck, they lose the opportunity for challenging programs. Eliminating access to challenging programs was not equitable for me 25 years ago, and this relocation will continue a long-standing problem with equity in our schools. The World Languages program was not successful in prior attempts at other locations. However, moving the program to South Neck, it found success. This kind of success is not simply transferred from one location to another. It threatens the World Language program as a whole, and it threatens the equity that South Neck has worked so hard to achieve. The benefit of relieving a few hundred seats at Myers Park does not outweigh the detriment this decision will have on thousands of kids who will no longer have access to IB or world language options in their high school career. Successful program at any school should not jeopardize to fill seats or relieve overcrowding. We appreciate Ms. Cheek's motion to thank you for considering a pause to reevaluate the Waddell reassignment decision. We elected all of you to create equitable and successful programming at all schools, but do this without endangering access to existing programs. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I had added Megan Oakley back onto the list, but I'm not sure if she is here. So let's go to Charlie Pedroli.
Hello, my name is Charlie Pedroli. I'm currently an 8th grade IB student at Randolph Middle School, and I went to Sharon Elementary School. I represent a growing percentage of middle school students who enter magnet programs from their home schools. I have enjoyed my time at Randolph and have enjoyed the IB program. I'm currently registered for IB at Myers Park next year with plans to continue. I recognize and appreciate the flexibility that Myers Park has in switching to AP and CPCC in later high school years. However, as is with the proposed rezoning, I would attend Myers Park as a freshman only to be sent to East Meck to finish up the IB curriculum during sophomore year. And then, following common trend of not continuing through the IB diploma program after my 10th grade year, I would be sent to South Meck. This is one of the only options for students with similar situations to my own. It is disappointing that the plans my peers and I have clearly mapped out for high school graduation, college, and future career will be and have been disrupted and possibly eliminated during the last month of middle school, set to be finalized by June or July. Keeping myself and my peers together is of the utmost importance, and the district should go to great lengths to keep kids who are in the same activities, sports, clubs, extracurriculars, and academics together in one school or one school system that stays the same for the duration of high school. Communities that are negatively affected as the students are taken out of certain spots in the school system can have effects on the mental health, stability, abilities, and motivation to excel in academics of those in the community. Over the course of my final year in middle school, I've made it a top priority to be as well informed as possible on the topic of schools and the curriculum offered. Based on my research, it's clear that there has been overwhelming positivity towards the World Language program at South Mecklenburg High School and the placement of the program in that particular high school. It is, from what I understand, common ground that both students and staff and families are all very invested in the idea of keeping world language at South Meck. There is no need to fix something that works.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You have the last word. You win the prize. So I just want to thank everybody for hanging with us tonight, especially the students. It's great to hear from the students. My goodness, you high school students, you have to get up early in the morning, so you all better go to bed now. And but we are not going to go to bed because we've got the rest of the meeting to conduct. So our next item is the consent agenda, and I will ask for a motion that the board approve the consent agenda items.
Madam Chair, you need to declare the...
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. I now declare the public hearing closed.
Do you have any emails?
Okay. Now we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Move that we accept the consent agenda.
Motion from Ms. Sawyer to accept the consent agenda. Do we have a second? Second from Ms. Shipp. Before we move to a vote, does any board member wish to pull any part of this item for individual consideration? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please let it be known by a show of hands. And that passes by 8-0, I believe. Am I correct? Okay, 8-0. Before we move on, I'm going to turn to the superintendent for a principal recognition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. It gives me great excitement to introduce Ms. Layla Stanley as the new principal of Crown Point Elementary School. Ms. Stanley, who you will hear from shortly, if she's still with us. She currently serves as an equity specialist for middle schools in CMS, where she has been in that role since 2018. Prior to that, she served as a curriculum coordinator for the South Learning Community. She also served as Dean of Students at Matthews Elementary School, as well as an academic facilitator at Sterling Elementary School. I expect and look forward to Ms. Stanley to continue to build upon the good work that has already started at Crown Point Elementary School. And I would like to introduce Ms. Stanley and have her say a few brief words if she's with us.
Yes, I'm here. I will keep it brief. It's been a long night. Thank you all. Good evening. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve CMS. And I just really want to thank Ms. Avery Mitchell, Dr. Tangela Williams, and Ms. Tracy Hayes for their confidence in me and the other leaders in the district that have supported me along the way. I'm really looking forward to this opportunity to serve the students, staff, and families at Crown Point, and also to our superintendent, Mr. Ernest Winston, and interim chief school performance officer, Dr. Curtis Carroll. I greatly appreciate your support. And finally, of course, I wouldn't be here today without my village, my mother, my handsome husband who stayed up late with me, and put our 3 babies to bed. So thank you all again for this opportunity. Have a great evening.
Awesome. Yay. Okay.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to move on to our 5 action items. Our first action item is a recommendation to approve certain real estate transactions for the long-awaited South Charlotte Relief High School. Before the board acts, I'm going to turn to the superintendent to introduce this item and to make his recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next 2 items actually were referenced in an earlier report tonight, so we won't belabor the point, but I will say that this first transaction, item A, 6A, really would pave the way for the South Charlotte Relief High School that is scheduled to open in 2024. And for that, I would invite Mr. Dennis LaCaria to come back and answer any questions or provide any specific information that board members need in order to move this item forward.
Okay, board members, we did discuss this earlier as part of the presentation, but do you have any further questions or clarification? No? Okay. Well, then I am going to turn to District 6 Board Member Sean Strain to make this motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am thrilled to move to approve the contract with Woodfield Acquisitions LLC for the purchase of approximately 54.3 acres that are a portion of Mecklenburg County tax parcel numbers 223-481-01 and 223-481-03, currently diocese property, valued at $26 million, in exchange for an approximately 21.2 acre parcel of land owned by ourselves and the board on the Ardrey-Kell property, valued at $10,533,611, a .946 acre tract to be acquired by the board, which is currently city property, valued at $470,615, and a cash purchase price of $14,995,744. Further, I move to approve the contract with the City of Charlotte for the purchase of approximately .946 acres, Mecklenburg County tax parcel numbers 223-481-02, for either a purchase price not to exceed $470,615, or secondly, in exchange for certain easements across land owned by Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education, and a cash purchase price of the difference in value of exchange properties.
Okay.
Second.
Do we have second from Ms. De La Hara? Mr. Strain, I imagine you would like to speak to your motion.
Briefly, as this has been a long journey and a long evening, this is a long-awaited, long-debated move by this board in order to deliver relief to the South Charlotte and south part of the county, the Valentine area, in addition to South Meck as well. And I sat around a dais and said that the plans to build this relief high school up at Old Providence were ill-advised, and challenged staff to do better, and suggested that this relief needed to take place somewhere between 485 and 51, and that's exactly what's happening here. I appreciate the work of staff, Mr. Lacaria, the fantastic work that you've done in this area to move this forward, and with that, I'll close and appreciate the support of my board members in doing this.
Yeah. All right. Any further discussion or debate before we go to the vote? Okay. All those in favor of Mr. Strain's motion, let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? Okay, that passes 8-0. And next we have the next action item, which is a recommendation to approve certain real estate transactions with Conformity Corporation Urban Opportunity Fund 1. Before the board acts, I turn to the superintendent to introduce this item and to make a recommendation.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. This second item is one that was mentioned as part of our earlier report, and this involves much-needed administrative space that is located in East Charlotte off of Albemarle Road, and I would recommend that the board approve this item.
Okay. Any questions before we go to the motion? Okay. Then I'm going to turn to District 4 Board Member Carol Sawyer to make this motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move to approve the contract with Conformity Corp Urban Opportunity Fund 1 for the purchase of the AAA buildings, Mecklenburg County tax parcel number 10326111, 10326118, and 10326109, valued at $8,300,000 plus a cash payment of $300,000, which is the difference in value of the exchange properties in exchange for the old Midwood School building owned by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education, Mecklenburg County Tax Parcel Number 095-07-803, and valued at no less than $8,600,000.
Okay, do we have a second? Ms. Shipp? Okay, second from Ms. Shipp. Let's see, Ms. Sawyer, I believe you would like to speak to your motion.
Yes. This proposal does helps CMS in meeting our building needs for staff support space, to greet our families and bring them into the district. However, it's bittersweet to lose the Midwood International Cultural Center. It has become a vibrant center for nonprofits and service of the international community, among others. And it, was a perfect location for many groups. So the loss of that resource is bittersweet. Well, it's just bitter. It's very sad. I know that there are neighbors who are going to be very disappointed in this change. But as a school board, we have an obligation to the education of our children and supporting that process. So I would hope that the success of the Midwood International Cultural Center would be noticed by our civic partners at the city and the county, and will recognize the need for that kind of facility to be supported by those governing bodies. I think either the city or the county would have an interest in supporting nonprofits in a way that, in a place where they can serve the communities that most need them. And this is, in a sense, a set of displacement, and that's hard for the community. But I just want to acknowledge that, knowing that as a member of the CMS Board of Education, my obligation is to serve the students of Mecklenburg County. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion or debate? Okay, all those in favor of Ms. Sawyer's motion, let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? Okay, that passes 8-0. Our third action item is a recommendation to approve a proposed name for the new North Language K-8 school.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the exciting opportunities that I have to lead this district is when we have an opportunity to open new schools. And next school year, this upcoming fall, we will have the opportunity to open 4 new schools, 1 replacement school and 3 brand new schools, one of which the board previously named. And that is our South Academy of International Languages. So tonight, I have the privilege of recommending to the board the names for 2 of the other brand new schools that will open in the fall. And the first item is for the name of the new North Language K-8 school. And the principal of that school is Lydia Ferguson. And Ms. Ferguson is responsible for pulling together a school naming committee. And I want to acknowledge the work of that committee because it was comprised of both internal and external members of the school community. And it is my recommendation to name this new school the North Academy of World Languages. And with that, Madam Chair, I would seek the board's approval.
Okay. Do we have, okay. Yeah, do we have any questions before I go to the motion? All right, I'm going to turn to Ms. De La Hara to make this motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve North Academy of World Languages as the name for the new language immersion school in Huntersville, North Carolina.
Second.
There was a motion from Ms. De La Hara, a second from Ms. Sawyer. Any discussion or debate? I will just say I acknowledge that in the poll, Charlotte came up as part of one of the names, and I know with our magnets we're drawing families from all over Mecklenburg County. This magnet does sit in Huntersville, and it's exciting to have a magnet like this in Huntersville, which has such a vibrant international business community, and so I think it makes sense to not put the name Charlotte on the school when the school's in Huntersville. So thank you for that recommendation, and I'm just thrilled that we're opening more seats for language immersion students throughout the county. That's been a long road to get here. And with that, we've got the motion and the second. I will call the vote. All in favor of Ms. De La Hara's motion, please let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? Okay, that one's 8-0. Let's see here, what have we next? Okay, our next action item is recommending to approve a proposed name for the new Southwest Elementary School, which is going to be called something other than the new Southwest Elementary School. So I turn to the superintendent to introduce this item and make a recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to bring forward a recommendation for the new Southwest Elementary School, which is led by Principal Diana Newman, who also convened a school naming committee, and I wanted to acknowledge the work of that committee. They brought forth 3 names, and it is my recommendation that we go with South Pine Academy. Madam Chair.
Okay, do we have any questions? Okay, then I'm going to turn to Ms. Shipp to make this motion. Almost everybody gets a motion tonight.
I'll take one. Thank you. I'm excited to be able to do this for the need for elementary school in the new Southwest area. Madam Chair, I move to approve South Pine Academics as the name for the new elementary school in Southwest Charlotte.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, and that's South Pine Academy?
Yes.
Okay. Motion from Ms. Shipp, second from Ms. Marshall. Any discussion?
I just want to say I'm glad to see that that the superintendent made this recommendation. There was quite some concern about the names in this area for the school, and so I agree on this one very much. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. I will call the vote. All those in favor of Ms. Shipp's motion, let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? And that is 8-0. And finally, Dr. Jones gets a motion.
Yes, I understand I'm last.
Okay, so this last action item is a recommendation to authorize the superintendent to request school codes for a new virtual elementary school and a new virtual middle school. So I'm going to turn to the superintendent to introduce this item and to make a recommendation.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. You are absolutely correct. This recommendation is to allow the district to apply for a code for a virtual elementary school and a virtual middle school. We are under the understanding that we do not have the ability to operate our virtual elementary and middle school for our elementary and middle school students this upcoming year in the same manner that we operated them. And so thus we're making a recommendation that we apply for codes for our elementary and middle schools. And to bring this item forward, I would ask Ms. Akeisha Craven-Howe who has not been a stranger tonight, to rejoin us at the podium and just provide an update on our proposal.
Thank you, Superintendent Winston. I will very briefly share part of our rationale for requesting to open these two new schools. The district already offers virtual school through Charlotte-Mecklenburg Virtual Academy for students in grades 9 through 12. This year, due to public health conditions, we offered full remote academies at school within schools across all of our schools in the district. And as Superintendent Winston just referred to, we do not have the opportunity to do that next year. So we surveyed, this thing is so sensitive. We surveyed over 36,000 families who currently have a student enrolled in a full remote academy in grades K through 8. We received over 9,400 responses, which is a very strong 26% response rate, which lets me know that families who responded to the survey felt very strongly about what we were asking them about. When asked if they would enroll in a virtual school for the 21-22 school year, 45% of survey takers said they definitely would, and an additional 26% said that they were undecided. Of those families who responded they definitely would enroll in 21-22, we also asked them what is the likelihood they would continue to enroll beyond the 21-22 school year. 74% of those families said they definitely would enroll beyond the 21-22 school year. Based on that survey response, we do feel that we have adequate demand for virtual school in elementary and middle grades in 21-22 and perhaps even beyond. It creates an opportunity as a district for us to increase choice and provide a large number of students with access to learning in the modality that they choose. Staff recommends opening 2 new virtual schools for next school year. One would serve students in grades 3 through 5, and the other in grades 6 through 8. We would evaluate over next year demand among K2 students, as well as incorporating into our K2 virtual offering just some of our observations and learnings from this year as it relates to early literacy instruction for our youngest students. So we are proposing 3-5 and 6-8 for year 1. Students for this first year would need to request a reassignment transfer, and we'll make sure that we have all that information for families. And then in future years, they would just simply apply through the school choice lottery as they do today for the virtual high school.
All right, any questions? Okay, Ms. Marshall and then Ms. Sawyer.
So I see there's obviously very strong demand from grades 3 through 8. In terms of our virtual high school, I would assume we have seen an uptick in applications for that, and have we expanded that program?
Yes, we do not have a cap on enrollment in that program, and so we continue to see enrollment grow. That is a program that has continued to attract students year over year and throughout the year. We oftentimes see students enroll at the semester break as well. So we do not have a cap in enrollment on that program.
Okay. Ms. Sawyer?
That was my question.
Okay. So basically for families who are either not comfortable sending their kids back to school in person in the coming year, in 3rd through 12th grade, I mean, we already have the 9th through 12th grade, but 3rd through 12th grade,
yes.
This will be the way to do remote school, virtual school, and still be part of CMS and take advantage of all the good things that come with being part of CMS.
Yes.
So you will not be, it won't be a virtual school at your home school anymore. It would be at a magnet.
Yes, these would be standalone schools similar to our high school. It has its own school number, its own principal, its own staff. The benefit of having them as magnet programs is that, particularly at middle school, students would have access to sports and some extracurriculars at their home school.
And that's important, because there are some families who found that, like, they might be ready to go back in person, but they actually found that for their student, remote worked better. And so this is the way to handle that. But if the student still wants to do sports and extracurriculars, they can still do that at their home school if they so choose. So it's
Absolutely.
good to have this option. Ms. Shipp?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the K-2 piece, because I see where you're saying future years, and wanted you to speak on that, because I think it's important that our K-2 students are in person right now, and especially with all they've been through during the pandemic. So, and I'm sure that had a lot to do with not looking at the K-2.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think we all know that, those K through 2 years are really critical, particularly as it relates to early literacy instruction. And a lot of the feedback from our principals and teachers over the course of this year is that happens better in person. That said, I think we have a lot of observations and learnings from this past school year that we can take time over the next school year to incorporate into what might a more robust or more improved offering for K2 virtual be. Because certainly we do have, there are K-12 virtual options in the state. And so as we think about our desire to serve all of Mecklenburg County's children, we want to make sure that we are being mindful of our response to the demand for certain types of services.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I am going to turn to Dr. Jones to make this motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the superintendent's request to ask the state for 2 new school codes, one for a new virtual elementary school and another for a new virtual middle school. If granted, both new schools will open for the 2021-2022 school year, with the elementary school serving students in grades 3 through 5, and the middle school serving grades 6 through 8.
Second.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion, Dr. Jones?
Very quickly, I really think the time has come for this, because prior to COVID and prior years, I was amazed at how many parents select to homeschool their children. And I think this way provides a qualitative and better forum for students to get the education that will help lead them up the ladder to higher ed. So, yes.
Any further discussion? And I would just point out, too, that by virtue of being in this school, the students will have their guidance counselors, their school psychologists, their social workers, all that support system that I was actually homeschooled for most of my school years, and I didn't have all of that. So one of the perks of public schools.
Yes.
Okay, I will go ahead and, we've got the motion in the second. I will go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of Dr. Jones' motion, show of hands. Any opposed? And that's another 8-0 vote.
Thank you.
And with that, we are just about done, so I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Motion from Thelma Byers-Bailey, second from Sean Strain and everybody else. All in favor, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Okay, we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Margaret.